Well, hello there. I hope you're doing well. And today, we have a very special mission to accomplish. As you can see, we came to a game known as Etheria Restart. Today, we have a special man that we're aiming to get. The said man is a man of my dreams. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Ever since I saw Massiah, I've been down bad. It hadn't been easy. And in order to kickstart off this stream, I wanted to share something very special with all of you. Something I have been putting off watching for pretty much the past couple of weeks, ever since I found it. And I feel like this is going to be a nice little beginning for all of us. So, just give me a second. Let me quickly find it. Alright, I think it's this one. Well, hi everyone. Hopefully you're doing well. Hi Angel. Hi Kakaro. Is my browser? Right. No, that was unintentional. Look, I haven't streamed for 3 days. The mistakes are bound to happen. Just get used to it. It's part of the charm. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, there we go, found it. Look, Angel, you can't have it all. You can't have your cake and eat it. There's bound to be only one mistake. You can't have everything. That wouldn't be fair. Alright, so let's just watch this briefly. And then we'll go on our little adventure. I'll tell you the mission, I'll tell you the game plan, and everything else. But let's just enjoy this very quickly. Let me just mute the game quickly. Okay, let's go. So this is the introduction to our target today. The Man of Legends. Somebody I like to call the anime Jesus. As you can see, he's a very big cross enthusiast. Like, how can you look at this man and not fall in love immediately? And just like that, the justice being brought to light, the evil punished, the curse lifted, and the judgment shall begin. My turn? Oh, come on. I didn't do anything, Mr. Massiah. Come on. Alright. So, that was wonderful. Now, we're back in it. So, the mission for today is very simple. We aim to obtain Massiah. No matter the cost, no matter the time they will take, and no matter the amount of brain cells I would have to lose in order to obtain him. We are gonna get him today. Or we'll die trying. But let me preface this. I'm only gonna try to pull him for at most 10 hours. And that's only if I'm gonna get invested in this game. I'm planning to do it for a good solid 6 hours, and then if we can't do it in 6 hours, we're just gonna roll with whatever account we got. We're gonna try the game, and then if I enjoy the game, I might go back again if we can't get him. However, let's just get ourselves familiarized with possible targets. Because there are the characters in this game that are actually pretty good. Obviously, Massiah is gonna be our Angel. It could be a 5-minute stream or it could be 10 hours. You never know. It all depends how Lady Luck will treat us. But just a quick one. So, this is a tier list that's like going for this game. Now, you know me. I'm not a meta slave, even in the slightest. In fact, I couldn't care less about it. However, as you all know, gacha is not my strongest suit. In fact, I'm prone to lose almost every 50-50 in any game possible. Genshin, Honkai, Wuthering Waves, you name it. I lost it. However, this game doesn't have 50-50. Yet, it requires 100 pull to get a character. Now, we're not gonna get that many in a day. That's just not realistic. So, the other character that I will be fine with is this gentleman right here, Heinrich. He's really good, I heard. He's one of the best sub-DPSs and debuffers in this game. Another character that I only heard really good things about is this character, Lily. She's like one of the best buffers and supports. She is very good at cooldown management. Did they change it to 8? Okay, didn't know that. That's even better then. So, she is also pretty good. You get this lady from free, so we're not gonna aim for her. I'm not familiar with Sanya and Doki because I'm not gonna aim for them in particular. The other character that will be fine is Rosa. I heard she's a really strong DPS. Rahu will be pretty nice. Tsukiyomi. I'm not gonna say Tsukiyo and then me. I think that's not good. I'm just gonna say Tsukiyomi and we're just gonna roll with that. So these three, actually 4, let's say, characters will be fine. I will be fine with Rahu. And these two, I mean, if I get them, I'll keep them. But Massiah and Heinrich, I'd say these two are the main goals today. If we can get one of them, I'm sticking with that account and we're just gonna roll with it. So with that out of the way, introductions aside, let's get started. We're gonna play the first part, I guess. Just get ourselves familiarized with the story. And then we're just gonna roll with it. Yeah, I know. I did try this game at, what do you call it, the beta. We tried it for about 3 hours or so, and the game was fun, but I didn't get far enough for me to actually get acquainted with every single character, so we're just gonna go in raw, essentially, and see how it goes. I did hear there's quite a lot of codes going, so we're probably gonna get quite a few pulls. And after we do, we're basically just gonna try our luck and see how it goes. I heard the percentage of getting SSI is only 1%, so it's not huge compared to like other gacha games, because usually it's 1.5. But there's no 50-50, so if we do get a limited character, like if we get Massiah, we know exactly that it's him, which is good. It makes rerolling so much easier. But watch the cutscenes, as I said, the first time, and then we'll put on some nice music in the background, and we're gonna get straight into rerolling. See how far we can get. I'm planning, like, realistically speaking, probably about, I want to say, 20 to 30 tries. considering one reroll is gonna be about 20 minutes maybe, hopefully. If it's longer, we might do even less, but we'll do all our rerolls and then see whichever account will be the best to go for. And probably stick with that one. And as I said, we'll try the game. We'll probably do like a big stream either tomorrow or on Saturday, where I'll just go as far as I possibly can with this game. And then we'll decide if we're gonna keep playing it or not. But from everything I saw so far of this game, like I haven't explored it a lot, but it seems very heavily PvP focused rather than PvE. Like PvP is a major part of this game, which I do like. I do think that PvP is a good aspect for turn-based games, because usually it's quite fun. And I think there's no weapons in this game. Like, you can't pull for weapons, so the only gachable, like, pullable things are the characters. I mean, as I said, I haven't tried to reroll actually yet. Like, even when I was playing beta, I didn't have the chance to actually try reroll route, because usually the way I go about rerolling... actually, Angel, before I make my name, can you change the name later? Because if you can, I have a different name that I'm gonna stick with. Because, you know, gotta keep it on brand, but if I can change it for later, just let me know, because I don't know if it's like Honkai and Genshin where you can do it, whatever, or so it's server-based. I'm not sure if it's like unique names only. Because I know there's IDs and all that, but unless you don't know, in which case it's fine. Okay, well, we'll go with this, and then we'll try the next one. I think this is quite fitting, because, you know, I gotta keep my street cred. Oh, you can't have spaces. Okay, can I do something like this? Actually, you know what? Hold up. Let's do that. Oh, I can't have anything. You know, well, it's too long. Golly, this game is demanding. Let's do reroll. Okay, there we go. It would suck if the name are not changeable and they need to be unique, because then I would just have to make random ones. Because I kind of wanted to keep it like consistent, you know, so everybody knows who they're dealing with. But as I say, we'll go through the story the first time, see if anything from beta changed. Because one thing that I was not quite pleased about was the fact that there was no voice acting in English. That was a bit of a bummer, because usually I quite enjoy the voice acting aspect. You can keep it consistent, okay, good. Okay, the first thing that I want to check is... oh, I can't do that. I wanted to check if I can change the voice acting to English. Angel, do you know if there's English voice acting? Not that I mind, like, Korean or JP, but, you know, it would be easier on the ear if I had English. Oh, only JP in Chinese. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's alright. I do appreciate voice acting in any form. I guess I'll just have to read everything, but... so the elements remain the same, so basically red beats green, green beats blue. It's pretty standard, so it's like fire, wind, water, and then dark and light. That's absolutely fine. So, yeah, let's just carry on. As I said, as we go on, I'm gonna figure out the best, like, strat with skills and all that. I quite like, actually, this guy, because I heard he is really good for the SR character, and I feel like that's gonna be huge. Considering, I'm really hoping that in this game, since I know PvP is a thing, I hope the SR characters are not completely useless. Because usually, in any game that has PvP, only 5 stars are viable. 9 times out of 10. It's unfortunate, but it's usually how it goes. So I hope it's more like Honkai in that regard. Because at least there, you know, 4 stars had value. I mean, to be honest, as I said, it is a quite pretty game. It's very well designed, and I think the controls actually go better. So I remember when I was playing beta about 3 weeks ago, the camera movement was a little bit janky, and I don't know if that was just me being a bit, you know, jittery with it, but the camera flow became way smoother and controls became much better. So Honkai basically abandoned 4 stars as well. I see. That's unfortunate, but you know, I haven't played Honkai in ages, so it has been a hot minute. Okay, so second skill is a buff, so it's probably best to use that one to buff ourselves up, and then third one. But I like the art style so far. It really reminds me of like old school turn-based games like I used to play a lot of those like Japanese or Korean to an extent mobile games that had this kind of play style. Usually they weren't that great, but like Arc Knights, for example, it kind of reminds me of that aesthetic. I really do hope that PvP is not just, you know, basically whoever has the best character wins. I hope there's depth to it. Because I did hear that this game has, like, esports present already. They had, like, a massive tournament a while back, I think a couple months ago or something. So I am hoping that it's fun at least, because usually the games that have esports presence are at least somewhat playable in PvP regard. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. As I said, I haven't researched anything about this game, so I usually enjoy just going in blind into these kind of scenarios, because I feel like if I actually learned about this game and, you know, pre-prepped, like majority of people probably have through like beta and all that, I feel like it wouldn't be as fun, at least for me personally, because then it would just feel kind of monotonous. It's alright, Angel, don't worry about it. I think they did change the story a little bit, because it looks a little bit cleaner than it was before. Like, we've obviously seen this before, that's why I'm not reading the plot. I'm kind of just checking the cutscenes more than anything, just to see if there was any changes to them. Plus, we're gonna see these cutscenes a lot, so there's no real point on getting too invested in them for now. I think they also did much better ray tracing, because before it was a little bit more pixelated, if that makes sense. I think they refined the engine itself slightly, which is a good thing. I do really hope that they will adjust the VA situation and get some English VAs in the future. Because I know that China and JP are probably going to be their main focus demographic. Usually for these kinds of games, that's how it goes. But, you know, you gotta show some love to people that can't speak those languages, unfortunately. I really wish I could, but learning stuff. It's much easier clicking buttons and hoping for the best. Right, let's go with defense down. The animations are clean, like, the design so far has been pretty top-notch. But I can't help but notice the resemblance between, like, these characters and Honkai ones, which I probably will make a few parallels here and there. Because obviously this game was inspired from there, there's no hiding from it. You're really quick. We'll see, Angel, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't think... Well... I don't know if it does. That's a thing. Because... I think you're right, I haven't seen an ultimate yet, unless they're treating a skill as an ultimate. Because this game just has cooldowns, it doesn't have any, like, energy or any sort of gauge for, like, skill usage. So there's no real way to charge an ultimate, if there is one. So I assume your skills are just kind of like, that's all you got. Unless there's more coming in later. Alright, I remember fighting this guy. He was actually pretty cool, but I can't help but notice the resemblance between him and Crownless. Like, the resemblance is uncanny, really. It's like the Crownless got a haircut, pretty much. Which is not a bad thing, but you know. Okay, I can't do ×2 speed. It's good to figure out, like, those things about speed. So usually when I reroll, just to give you my mindset, I usually do first run, and on the first run, I kind of click things just to figure out when I can apply, like, the speed buff, the autos, the skills, like rotations and all that. Angel, join me. Because I heard the Massiah actually has, like, defense ignoring abilities. So basically, you can just use him and bypass defenses, which seems OP as all hell. Usually any character that ignores defense is super busted in any game. Unless it's mitigated by like some sort of buff, like Iron Skin or something like that, you know? Usually those kinds of abilities go hard because you gotta understand, if it works against bosses, the man is gonna one-shot them. Oh. There was a little bit of lag. But, as I said, if we get him or Heinrich, I'm gonna be very pleased. Because this game offers quite a lot of pulls for normal banners. And you get, like, any character you want, essentially, from red, blue, or green for 40 pulls as well. So, we gotta aim for dark or light character, because those are super rare. Well, Angel, you can double dip, as people say. Like the first thing that I noticed with this game is that the intro is kind of like all over the place. There's no like super cohesive introduction to the game, which is okay. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I mean, Angel, look at it this way. If there's no pity, then, well, let me actually rephrase it. It's better than not having pity at all, okay? So at least this game didn't do what a lot of other games do when they don't have 50-50. They basically set the cap for the character at double the norm. So like, let's say majority of games have 80. Usually those kinds of games set them at 150. Like, when we were playing Crystal of Atlan, you saw that the peg gacha, right, had 150 pity to get it. That's usually a sneaky way of going about not technically losing your 50-50, you know? If you get in it, you get in it. That's how they usually go about it. It's not ideal either, but you gotta take what you can get. Hi there, Sadvik. Glad to see you. Glad you can join us on our re-rolling endeavors. I think the game's slightly lagging. I'm not sure if that's on my end or just the game's end. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just noticed a lady. Golly. Do you appear out of nowhere all the time? Is this our virtual girlfriend or something? Like, what's going on?
バイタルは安定してる。ハイパーリンクチップも問題なし。この2日間と比べれば、あなたのデータはかなり良くなったわ。回復は順調のようね。
Yeah, I do remember. I think you need to complete the first chapter, right? If I believe.
緊急速報です。EOS が発表したウルトラビルのジェネシス処理報告によりますと、2月14日までウルトラビルのジェネシス感染拡大はすでに抑えられ、今回の事故で負傷した威嚇者は、そして周辺のデジタルスペースで発生し、
あまりにも突然で。
You know what? Let's skip this. We'll read it the next time actually, because I wanna actually see how the re-rolling works for now. We'll do the story later. I'll actually read it and get invested in it. But for now, we just want to see how it goes. Golly, the SSR first pool, I'm goated, guys. I know. It's not like it's scripted whatsoever. I wish I didn't know this was scripted, so you could see my genuine reaction, but unfortunately, as I said, I did play better, so I know exactly what this is. But that's alright. There we go. Let's get 30 crystals on the way. Look at this guy. Look at this man. Oh. Okay, so let's check how long it takes to do the first chapter. Okay, so the first pulls. I want to see how where is it? How the codes is... Oh, there we go. So let's actually see... I know there's quite a few codes. I think you posted them in Discord, didn't you, Angel? Let me just double check there quickly. What was it? I probably should copy them, actually, just to save time me looking them up every time. Let's just copy that. Okay, so let's do that. Oh, it doesn't work yet. Oh, okay, so you can't redeem it yet. Okay, Goyu, never mind. I thought maybe you can already redeem it now. That's fine. Let's get on with the story. Alright, so I need to ambush them all. Let me see. Oh, come on. I thought I went behind him. Oh, okay, so I can just order from now on. Okay. So the prologue is the only one where I actually need to fight. So that's fine. I'll just let the AI reroll for me on these. Right, let's get going. Yeah, it didn't allow me to redeem, so I assumed it's not possible yet. Okay, let's exit it. One down. Second down. Let's just double check. Okay, I wanted to check if there's anything like worth picking up, because usually in these kinds of scenarios, I check for like chests and whatnot that gives like extra currency, and then see how much you can actually get in total, just to figure out if it's worthwhile collecting them or not. But I assume in this, I'm pretty certain there are chests in this game from memory. I don't remember exactly, but oh yeah, they are. Okay, so there's one. Okay, so you do get crystals from them, so these are definitely worthwhile collecting. Can I ambush this guy? I assume no. Okay, never mind. Let Jesus take the wheel and do it for me. $30, $50, and $100. That's not too bad, to be honest. Considering one limited gacha pull is 300. It's not too bad, actually. I do like that the order unlocks after the first like tutorial situation, because usually the order they kind of keep from you for a while. But it seems like the fights themselves are not too tedious to do. I haven't played enough yet, Sadvik, but it did seem... So, the story is a little bit all over the place. Like I said, I only did first chapter before, so I know the story of this. But the gameplay itself is a bit different to Honkai, because in Honkai, there's ultimates and there's also energy gauge, so like the turn meter, right? And you have to kind of think about which abilities to use. In this game, there's no turn meter and there's also no ultimates by the looks of it. So there's no reason really to save your abilities. So you just kind of spam them, essentially, until they're off cooldown. Like, obviously there's probably strategy of which abilities to use first and all that, but for the most part, it seems much simpler in design than Honkai, which could be good or bad depending on how you look at it. But the animations are clean, the gameplay seems solid. The premise is exactly the same as Honkai, obviously. You just go in and kill a bunch of things. But I think he has more game modes, because he also has PvP. So I haven't tried PvP at all, so I don't know how it functions. But I do know that there's... I believe it's real-time PvP, and then there's offline PvP, which is basically... Offline is just where you challenge just random people and you fight the account. I assume the bot controls. And the real-time PvP is basically you get matched and you do real-time rank up, which should be fun, hopefully. But as I said, I still don't know how bad the pay-to-win situation in this game is, because the only thing that you can roll for is characters, so you can't get gear. And I assume if you don't have gear, it doesn't really matter how high your character, like, refinement is or whatnot. And also, in this game, so you know how Genshin, Honkai, and all the other ones have constellations and whatnot. In this game, they do have it, but they're not really important, if that makes sense. So there's no real reason to go for copies, which could be good or bad depending on how you look at it. But from free-to-play perspective, it seems like this game is relatively friendly, which is a good thing, because the biggest thing that usually puts me off the games that have PvP is when it's essentially a whale-off, where the more money you spend, the easier time you get with these kinds of games. But in here, it actually seems like it's more luck-based, because your gear decides how much damage you're doing. And if you get lucky with your gear, even if you like spend nothing, you probably can beat a whale. And vice versa, a whale can just spend like a new car worth of money on pools, but get absolutely screwed with gear and probably lose. So it seems like an interesting choice that they went with, because usually game devs cater to the whales more than anyone else. They don't really care about other players that much, but it's an interesting perspective. I haven't seen many games try to do stuff like that. And also, I don't think you can get limited, like, those yellow CD discs. I don't think you can buy them, like, in excess. You obviously can buy them, but I don't think you can buy a lot of them, which is interesting. Another thing is that the standard banner in this game is goated because every single new character that gets added to the game goes straight to the standard banner. So basically, whenever you pull on the standard banner, you get a chance to get the newest character without actually summoning for them. Which I think is a cool idea, personally. Because it adds a little... like, let's be real, majority of people who play gacha, they like the thrill of the unknown. Like, what am I gonna get? So that's why 50-50 as a concept is so prevalent, because it triggers our little monkey brain being like, oh, I wonder if I'll win this. I wonder if I'll, you know, get this character and be better than other people. And that's the main reason why a lot of companies do it. But since this game doesn't have that, the only thing that you can get is when you pull on the standard. And I think there's 25% chance to get light and dark attribute characters, which is basically like the cream of the crop. It's a character that don't have weaknesses, essentially, except each other. And 75% chance to get the other SSRs, so like the red, blue, green. And I think that's cool because it don't limit you on the ways to get like the super premium characters. You can literally only pull on standard banners and probably still have every single unit if you're lucky enough. Which I think is good. Because it eliminates a chance of, like, for example, let's say I started playing today and somebody hops on a server in about a month, right? And they saw that, like, Massiah was the first character, right? And they were like, man, I wish I got Massiah. He looks really cool. I really like him. Well, they still can get him from standard banner. And I think that's really cool because it eliminates the, like, what I like to call the early riser dilemma, where basically the earlier you start the game, the more advantages you have against the people who start later. Not only in, like, gear and progression, but just in general, you know, character access. So let's say, for example, I start playing Genshin today, right? Like, obviously, I can probably clear majority of the story. I can probably do, you know, all the story, all the challenges. The chest probably wouldn't be too much of an issue. But probably most likely won't be able to do Abyss for at least 2 to 3 months. Until, you know, I get geared up, I get all the characters that actually required for the Abyss. I need to wait for, like, the banners. Maybe I need, you know, a really good healer. Like, for example, maybe I need Kokomi or something, and my team just can't function without her, and I refuse to use Barbara for moral reasons that shall be unnamed. Just as an example. You essentially limited by your availability, because you only have access to the standard characters, which are the first, like, 7. And then you limit it to the characters that are in limited banner, and maybe the characters who are in limited banner you don't really care about. So, in that retrospect, I feel like this kind of scheme for new units is way better, where they go straight to the standard. The game that I know of that does this a lot is Bleach Brave Souls. I'm sure you're familiar, Sadvik. They don't do it for, like, super premium characters, but they have, like, standard and premium, and all the standard units go into this big, like, standard pool, and you can pull them from there. Like, obviously the chances of you getting the character you want are going to be slimmer and slimmer the more characters are added, but, you know, no worries, Angel, that's fine. Well, I'm just giving it as an example, Savik. I mean, look, Genshin is one of those games where you can play for a year and still not clear Abyss, or you can play for months and clear it easy. It all depends, like, what characters you get and how good your artifacts are. So RNG is, like, the king there. And so will it be in this game, I assume, because as I said, the gear is gonna decide how powerful you are, essentially. Because from what I heard, as I was saying before, there is an esports presence for this game, and basically on the last tournament, I believe. Now, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know if that exactly happened, but while I was playing better, I saw some people like talking in chat about whether the game paid to win or not, and I kind of go invested just as a bystander perspective, just to see like what they thought, because they were quite invested guys that were like talking about playing since like the first beta test. And to me, they were saying like there was, I think, the second place, the runner-up, and also I think another 3 in top 10 were free-to-play players. They haven't spent a single dime, and they beat Wales. Like the first, I think top 1, the guy was spent a lot, and he was also really like knowledgeable about the game, so that wasn't too surprising that he won. But I was like, I mean, if as a free-to-play you can win in esports scene, I feel like that's pretty good accomplishment. Because usually that just shows that this game is actually viable to be played without investing a house down payment, which usually how it goes. And I like that, as I said, because there's no bigger deterrent for me personally in a game is when the game forces you to spend in order to keep up with other people. I have zero issues with like supporting the game if I want to, you know, but I hate being forced into it, if that makes sense. Because like, as I said, I have absolutely zero issues with buying like a battle pass or like a monthly welcome card or whatever, and if you enjoy the game and you want cooler stuff, there's zero issues with that. But what I do have a problem with is when a game has like mechanics or game modes that cater specifically for like that one character, and unless you have that one character you won't be able to beat it. Like a good example of that is, remember Savik and Genshin when they introduced corrosion, and basically unless you had like Bennett and Kakomi, you essentially couldn't beat it. Like Barbara could kind of clear it, but you were forced to use a healer, and if you didn't have a healer build, well, you might as well just not play the Abyss at all, because you're gonna die immediately, because it made all the shielders essentially useless. And that was like the kind of problems that I personally hate. You know, because the game devs create a problem and then they introduce a solution. You know? And usually said solution is not free to play friendly. Usually said solution requires you to, you know, get a character or get gear or get like a new set of artifacts, whatever it may be. And only then will you be like, okay, now I'm ready to challenge this. And usually that is sucky. At least in my personal opinion. Oh, I get an outfit. Interesting. I do like this one. Under the night sky. That looks pretty slick. Okay, so let's try the codes. Angel hooked us up with a bunch of codes, so we're gonna try and see if they work. Now, trust is a little man to give me the good stuff, and if he lied to me, I'm not gonna be too pleased. Where's the codes? There we go. Okay, so let's get to it. Wait, hold up. Did it not work? What? It didn't give me like a message that it failed or something. Hold up. What? Do I need to Do I need to reach certain level or something? Like, okay, let's try again. I feel wronged, I feel betrayed, and quite honestly, I feel kerfuffled. And you know what happens when you anger a British man? We are coming for you. One way or another, we are coming for you, your land, and maybe even your freedom if you're unlucky, you know? Never cross an angry tea-loving Brit, because those are the scariest kind. And if you have tea, God forbid, we're taking it all. And we're running like the wind. Oh, okay, it worked. So, I guess it's just some sort of bug. Oh, well. Oh, do I need to double click? Is that why it didn't work? Okay, that's so weird. So apparently you need to double click in order to redeem it. So you see how I click once, it doesn't work. But now watch this. Double click works. That's a first. I never seen that mechanic implemented in a game. But okay, I guess that's strange. Not gonna lie, that's very unusual. Because I imagine some kid, like, looking up these codes online and just clicking, like, once. Because their cerebral cortex haven't developed yet to know what double click is. And they're like, but it doesn't work! I looked up all these gift codes and I was promised balls and all I got was lies! To be fair, that's how I felt as well, so... Shows what I know. Can't believe I got outsmarted by a bot. Like... Okay, so now I'm clicking too fast, huh? I see. So this game requires a certain finesse. This game, so you can't click too fast, but you also can't click too slow. You gotta click just right. You gotta reach the golden middle, you know? You gotta optimize your clicking prowess. I do like that, you know? By the end of the stream, I'm gonna become the ultimate auto-clicker. I wouldn't even need to download one. I'm just gonna become one myself. You tell me at what ratio you want me to click, like how many clicks per second, and I'll be right on it. Oh, golly. There's so many gift codes as well. I usually, in these kinds of games, you get like maybe 1 or 2 gift codes, and that's about it. But this game, I think, has 20. Because I believe a bunch of these are like content creator codes, which basically just go released as in, you know, advertisement, I guess. Because usually, you know, people share these with their community and then just get advertised that way. But some of those I actually like Pocket Game, I think, is a website, unless that's a YouTube channel name there. Because I usually go there to like check up codes for other games as well. So I guess I do websites advertisement as well. Not that I'm, you know, mad about that, or no, I'll take a code, you know. Code is a code, as they say. But this is gonna take ages for me to reroll with these, because like putting the codes themselves looks like a hustle and a half. Especially when some of them don't work until I click exactly right. Ooh, this better be worth it. Okay, I think that's all of them. Let's see our bounty. Like, look at this. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25 codes. I repeat, 25 codes. This game released more codes in a day than Genshin has in a year. Do you understand that? Like, look at this. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3. This is a lot. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's a lot. Wow, that's that's a lot. 2,430 crystals. That's how much you get. And I think 110 pull is like 800. So this is 30 pulls in crystals alone. Jesus. But let's check it, like, let's check absolutely everything, because we just trying to preempt, like, all the... I see, so this is basically where you buy pulls. Is that a skin? This just looks like a color-dyed Massiah. I much prefer this version, to be honest. This looks like this looks like something I would make in Photoshop in 5 minutes. Like, what is that? Come on. Don't do my boy that dirty. He deserves better. Give him, like, a shoulder cape. Make him into Whitebeard. Give him, like, a cool stash or something. Give him Naginata in one hand. And let him sail the seas. Or something cool, you know? Okay, so there's 5 here. Oh, you get free SSR as well. Very nice. This game seems to be very generous with its, like, pools. Okay, so you get 50 here. We're just gonna do absolutely everything just to check how much it actually gives. And then we'll decide. These are probably not gonna be worth it, but just for the sake of finding out how much resources you can get. So you get 250 from there. Anything here? So these are outfits. To be fair, $10 for an outfit doesn't seem too outrageous. It seems alright. It does remind me of Wua as well. I was gonna mention it. So $10 for the pass and $5 for 450 actually for the monthly card. That's pretty standard. That's pretty much every gacha game nowadays. Yeah, I mean, the game aesthetically looks very pleasing so far. I don't have anything to nitpick. They did have an issue where the camera was a little bit janky when I first tried it. But I think since then they fixed it. It looks much smoother now. And also I don't see any noticeable lag. Like there were a few bits here and there where they were a tiny bit janky, but not too bad. So that's a good thing. So we get 38 pools, we get 2,770 hydro crystals. So that's about that's pretty much 70 pools right there, which is a lot. Like, which game from memory gives you 70 pools on day 1? You'd be lucky to get a 10 pool, is basically what I'm saying. And that's if they're generous enough. Sometimes, like the Crystal of Atlan that we played a couple days ago, I think it gave you like 1 10 pull and in if you reached level 50. You get 1 10 pull. And that's usually the kind of treatment you can expect from these kinds of games. But yeah, you can almost get a 10 pull for pretty much. So, also this game has a limited banner, basically, where you can pull 40 times. And you can choose any character you want from like red, blue, or green. And you can get them in 40 pulls. It doesn't have 50-50. And the standard banner has every single character, albeit the SSR rate is only 1%, but it does have every character, and even the premium, like limited, have 25% chance of dropping. So we're gonna reroll on standard banner and see how it goes, because I think it's 80 pulls for... Oh, actually, it's 70 pulls. So we basically guaranteed to get a character. So I feel like this is the way to go, because every single reroll we're gonna get a character. And then afterwards, if we get like Massiah, for example, because I feel like this is a better investment than going for this banner. Because yes, you guarantee in 80 pulls, but I feel like those 80 pulls are not gonna be there. Instead, on this one, you probably can get like 2 of them, if anything, if you're lucky. And on this one, you can buy it. So, I mean, the only other option is, I think, if we go and buy, where is it? This one. So we can get this pack right here, right? And gives you 5 pulls, which I think will equate to 2,700, which is just enough to make 110 pull, but I don't know if I want to go that route, to be honest, because just rely on 110 pull is probably too cumbersome. So we're just gonna go with permanent summon and see how it goes. Ooh, we go yellow.
はじめまして。私のことはシリンスと呼んでちょうだい。
But see, this is what I mean. Like, first temple on already we got somebody. I don't know if she's good. Let me just take a peek. The Celine character. Because I have like the tier list open. No, she's not. She's pretty bad. So yeah, this is no ideal. I mean, 110 pull, I'll take it, but yeah, no ideal. Okay, so that was a dud. Let's go again. Okay, that's another purple. So 1 pull equates to 200 of these crystals. Okay, so... Well, the thing is, I do enjoy the story. As you know, Sadvik, I get invested in good story. I'm not all about gambling. At least for the most part. But as I said, I'm here for the love of the sport. So let's go again. Okay, another purple. Ooh, interesting. We do get a lot of SRs. Yes, Angel, I did get an SSR, but it wasn't that good. I got on my first 10 pull, Celine's, who, based on what I saw, wasn't that great. I just looked up like a tier list just to know how excited I need to be about the characters that we're gonna pull. And that character wasn't that great, so... Technically we didn't get anything, so you know. Okay, so that was a dud. Let's go again. Ooh, we got another! Okay. Let be Massiah. Imagine getting Massiah first try and then just dipping. That would be pretty epic, to be honest, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Because what are the chances? Oh no! Little child, go away! Ooh. Ooh. Get this out of my way. Out of my face. Get out of here. Oh. Okay, Greg, pull up a chair. Let me explain. So, in this game, there's a pity at 70 pulls on standard banner, right? You get exactly 70 pulls. So every single reroll session, I'm guaranteed at least one SSR character. From here, Massiah is there. Okay, so there's 25% chance to get a Massiah. If I do a limited banner, it costs 3,000 Hydro Crystals, which equates to 30 standard pulls. So essentially, if I'm not gonna pull on standard, if I'm not gonna spend all my resources on standard, I'm basically not guaranteed to get Massiah or SSR at all. But this way, every single account I create, I'm guaranteed at least one SSR who can be Massiah. Do we have an understanding, you and I? Yes, so basically, as you can see, the Apex summons cost 3,000 Hydro Crystals. While these ones, like the permanent summon, is only 1,000. So you're basically doing 30 pulls instead of 10 pulls. It just seems like 3,000 pulls just seems like an awful lot for essentially a chance of getting an SSR. Personally, for me. I think we shall stick with permanent summon and ignore the limited ones for now. And as I said, we are basically targeting either Massiah or Henrich. If I can get either one of them from standard, I'll be as happy as a clam. Okay? Now, with that out of the way, we are gonna go and open a new account. So it does look like it takes roughly about 15 to 20 minutes to reroll. So we're just gonna roll with it. It does. Unfortunately, Greg, it does. The one that you're referring to is this Freya, who I don't care, but my boy Massiah uses Apex, unfortunately. Greg, I know it's hard to believe, but I know what I'm doing. Greg, I know what I'm doing. I told you to pull up a chair. You haven't pulled up a chair. How am I supposed to give you a talk if you don't pull up your chair? Unbelievable. This man never trusts me. Greg, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna show you again. Now, you can read. I know that. I know you can read. Now, a quiz for you. Greg, do I care about Freya? Is a question. So you see how it says here 1,000, right? But then if you go to this limited banner, how much does this say, Greg? Just read this for me. And it does say 3,000, unfortunately. Which is not enough. And that's one temple. So, I'm just letting you know that the chances of me getting Massiah from that ban are slim to none. Just because it's limited doesn't mean it's what I want, Greg. You don't understand. I'm here to reroll for one man and one man only. She's not limited. She's a standard banner unit. She only on the limited banner. Golly, Greg. I swear to God. Okay, so I made this little fancy dancy cloud thingy so I can reroll this thing. Now, just give me a second, let me pull up. So, just to give you an idea, I made over 150 accounts for this. Okay, give me a second. So I can re-roll for days. The only question is, how long will my sanity last? Now, I think I need to pull up this. So the only problem with this is that every single time I reroll, I need to like do a confirmation on Gmail and all that stuff, which is gonna be pain in the neck. But that's just part of the game. The other thing is this game doesn't have like passwords, which is very strange. Like basically all you need to do is like send a code to your email and confirm it that way, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, because it seems very easy to exploit if you're not careful, but I guess it is what it is. But it makes it easy for rerolling, which I do appreciate. So now we're gonna try to speedrun as fast as possible and see how long it actually takes. Sadvik, I'm not ready. Back in my day, the only way we could save data is through emailing it to ourselves. I bet you don't even know what that is. Before your fancy dancy cloud storages got invented, we were doing the old-fashioned way. Do you even know what burning CD means? Oh, it's on screen. There we go. So yesterday I was trying to figure out the best way of going about it, because obviously I don't want random people emailing me who might be watching stream later. It's not mainly for you guys, like I know you wouldn't care, but just in case somebody just decides me to email out, I'd rather not put it out there, at least for now. You don't know what burning... Golly, Angel. I sometimes forget. I sometimes forget how young you are. Burning CD is basically... Okay, so you know what CD is, right? It's the little shiny disc that your parents probably got. That sometimes they put in their, like, DVD player, if you know what that is. Well, think of it as a blank canvas that you can put into your PC and download stuff on it, which is called burning your CD. Because you essentially burn data on top of it. It was mainly used for, like, basically illegally sharing music back in the day. Kinda. Not necessarily. Also for games, like if you were born in Eastern Europe, you'll know the struggle of getting like new release games from official sources, because 9 times out of 10 they wouldn't be there. So the only way you could possibly access them is through let's just say less than savory websites where you're most likely gonna get Trojan virus 9 times out of 10, but you still were desperate enough to go and try your luck. And that way, basically, you go and download it on your CD. You burn it on that, and then you use it. Maybe even trade it with other people. Nowadays, you don't need that because you can just download it on your phone. But back in the day, back when I was a young whippersnapper myself, that was the main way of going about it. Angel, actually, a real question. Do you own a single CD? Like, at all? I'm just very curious what your generation is like. Because I know Sadvik probably did. Because Sadvik is about my age, so he definitely owned CDs before. I know that. But with you, it's a wild guess. I would wager yes, but just to make sure. Oh, Sadvik. So, I don't endorse piracy. However, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do in this life. And, you know, if you grew up in less than a privileged background, cassettes, Sadvik, Jesus Christ, what were we, 1985? I haven't owned any cassettes of my own, but I did have a CD player, like for music. My dad's old car had like a cassette player where you can put those cassettes and they would play music, but that was like ages ago. Well, like really early 2000s. You don't know what cassette is? Golly, Angel. Okay, so a cassette is basically... How would I even explain it? It's basically a little plastic case with tape inside of it, which stores like music essentially. And you can put those cassettes in a cassette player and listen to music. So it's not something I use personally, like, jokes aside. I know about it and I know what it is, but I was never, like, when it was still a thing, I was not old enough to comprehend what it was. So I was born with CDs. Cassettes, I'm not that old for cassettes. Yeah, pretty much, Savik. I mean, I'd be surprised if even Liz were using cassettes back in the day. Because those are, like, really ancient relics of time itself. I really doubt anyone our age even uses them. I mean, to be fair, on that, I'm not surprised you're not sure what that is, Angel, because it's not something that's used anywhere nowadays. Because at least with CDs, you still have like games and like music or whatever. So I do understand. I would get a little bit in your case if you didn't know what CD is completely. But with cassettes, I can definitely see it. You had one? Wow. You surprised me yet again, Angel. I mean, to be honest, I remember seeing... So, the problem with those cassettes that you don't face with CDs is sometimes they would, like, the tape inside would get all jumbled up. So you had to, like, get a pair of, like, either a pencil or, like, a pair of scissors. And you would have to tape it back into the case. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. It was like the same with like those big tapes, you know, the ones that you used to watch movies on. If you ever seen like a tape player where you would put it and play like stuff on your TV. Oh. Where is Zasabic? Is there something in Genshin? Doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, rewinding basically, because if those got unwinded, oh, that would be a whole mess to deal with. I remember watching my dad do it a couple times, like when I was very little, and golly, it seemed like an arduous task. It's a new endgame. I'm gonna be real, I haven't played Genshin in so long, I'm completely, like, out of loop on what's going on even in that game. It has been so long. I do think Liz actually plays for me on my Genshin account, so if anything, I am playing, just not personally. You need 25 characters? I don't think I even have 25 characters. Why do you need that many? Or is it the story with Dainsleif, or is Dainsleif actually coming? Because if he's coming, I think I have like 40k Primogem saved up. So I'm coming back if he's coming. Because I'm gonna pull play. Angel, you see, all you would need to do is to find a willing individual who would do it for you. In my case, it's Liz. I just gave her the account and I said, Jesus, take the wheel. And so she did. Quest. That's unfortunate. I mean, to be honest, when Dainsleif is gonna come, it's probably gonna be the end of Genshin. Because he's kind of like the narrator of Genshin, right? So, he's gonna be the last either boss or character we'll ever get. Angel, you sounded like you need to perform calculus while juggling 3 bottles and standing on 1 foot at the same time. Like, how hard can it be? What's like the gameplay loop? Because I never tried it, but it can't be that hard if you need all of that. You're not building a space shuttle in Genshin, are you? I wish I could skip these, but it is what it is. I do think the cutscenes in this game are kind of clean. Like, the story itself seemed a little bit all over the place, but the cutscenes are top notch. I do like them. Okay, let's go again.
仮想ホームへ急ぐわよ。でも駅内の感染者にも注意して。
Okay, let's try to be sneaky about this. Oh, okay, I can't actually avoid these guys.
ヒーロー登場。
仲間を傷つけたいならまずこの剣に聞け。手強いやつだ。ついてこい。逃がすか。
Ah, I see. So it's kind of like the abyss in Zenless Zone Zero. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. I mean, you seem heavily invested, Angel. I didn't know you that interested in Genshin, to be honest. That's kind of news to me. Fair enough, eh? I mean, I like Genshin lore. I think the lore is pretty good. But I never go invested in actual quests. Like, I barely remember even what the side story of majority of regions are. Like, I can count probably on fingers of one hand the story that I remember. I remember Tepei's story because it was quite impactful. I remember obviously all the Archon stories. The character stories are very hazy to me. Like, if you ask me like what was the story quest for, I don't know, Zhao, for example, I just remember running around and giving him almond tofu at the end while he was like fighting some demons. And that was about it. I remember Zhongli's story, because, you know, I gotta represent the man. But other than that, it's... my memory is just not as great as it used to be. And also, I have only limited capacity for caring about story. I care in a moment, right? I care in a moment, and then I forget about it. It needs to be very impactful for me personally to actually care. Not to say it has to be amazing, but you know, it has to at least engage my cerebral cortex to pay attention. Yeah, I think that was the case, Angel, from memory. Oh, I don't remember a single side quest, Savik. I'm gonna be real with you. I did majority of side quests until like Sumeru, and I couldn't tell you a single one story. I just completely blanked them all out. The only exception to that is the little kid that was selling us rocks on the Thunder Island, where the giant snake died. But that was the only one, and that was only because he was hustling me out of Mora. And they just reminded me the kids are evil, and never do business with them. Fake Adeptus? It might have been the second quest. I do vaguely remember. Like I said, I did majority of them, so if you actually like give me bits and pieces of the story, I'll probably remember them. But otherwise, if you just ask me straight away what it was about, I probably won't be able to tell you. That's like the thing. I'm surprised you guys remember all these little details. Like, I have a very strong memory about like faces and like character names and all that. I do remember them quite well. But when it comes to locations and like what happened in there, I'm like, you might as well just point a finger at the sky and be like, I guess it's that. You'd probably be much more right than I would be. I mean, to be honest, Dainsleif wasn't even in a quest for like ages. I think the last time we saw him was in a chasm, wasn't it? Did he at all appear in Sumeru or Nathlon? Because I haven't played either, so I don't actually know. No, actually, I did play Sumeru and I did play Fontaine. It was just a while back, that's why I can't remember. And I don't think Dainsleif was there, so the last time we saw him was in a chasm, and that was years ago. I mean, he's just like Christmas, you know. He comes once a year, brings some gifts to us all, and then never to be seen again until next year. A Santa Claus of Genshin Impact, if you will. But instead of presents, all he brings you is law. And the unyielding question on when he's coming. But he never will, most likely. And that's just life for you. Alrighty, I mean, law is a present as much as it is a future, you know? It's like, you can only make out of law as much as you care about it. Because to me, personally, there's a difference between a story quest like Kazuha's, for example, and story quests like Ayata's in Genshin. Just to give you an example, because one is a peak storytelling with, you know, drama, a set conclusion, a set premise, climax, and resolution. And another one is just a slap in the face to pretty much anyone that cares about that character at all. They basically reduced him to a mere errands boy that was sorting out somebody's love quarrels. And that was supposed to be his story. I'm never gonna forget that. That transgression shall not ever be forgiven, as you all would say. No, I know that. I mean, the quest with Chasm, where Dainsleif was actually talking about Canria, was one of my favorites. To this day, I think that was one of the strongest quests they ever did. And also, Dainsleif's friend was like the first NPC that I actually thought was kind of cool. Because usually all Genshin NPCs just look boring. They just look like cut and pasted random villager number 27 or something, you know? Well, actually, I took a day off for tomorrow, so I might watch it with you just to join in on the fun. Because, you know, why not? I haven't seen it. I don't think I ever seen a single Genshin live stream. So I might take a peek if Dainsleif is gonna be there, you know? Might as well. Just see what it's all about. The man sleeps in 36 hours intervals only. While we sleep every day, Sadvik Angel just sleeps 3 times a week. That's how powerful he is. No, that's cap, Angel. You can't remember every single NPC. I don't think even Sadvik can remember them all. There's no way you remember every single one. That's cap and a half, and you know it. Like, I wouldn't even claim that I remember every single NPC in Mondstadt, let alone Sumeru, which is like quadruple the size of it. See, even Sadvik has his flaw. To be honest, neither do I, Sadvik. Neither do I. I don't know their names either, and that's just how it is. But that's just British hospitality for you, you know? You just see them as random people that just so happen to be next to you. A convenient bait if zombie apocalypse hits, if anything. Oh! I didn't know you can get an SSR from the free one. Wow, this man actually looks sick. Like that crow in the background? Kinda hype. Not gonna lie. 1 PM? That's easy. I can make it. You know what? We can even do a little watch party in the Discord if you guys want. Just to, you know, see how it goes. Okay, this man is kind of good. Let me just take a peek if this guy is actually pretty good. So... he's actually pretty decent. Okay, so this is a good pull. Alright, maybe this is a sign for things to come. Let's actually test him out. Because I am curious how good he is. Well, he obviously level 1, so he won't do much, but... We go for a indeed angel, indeed. I guess this is gonna be a good trial to try all these, like, SSR characters and see what we can get. I mean, Google Sensei knows all the answers, Angel, you just gotta ask. Didn't you say something you're working like really early in the morning though? Not like late at night. I thought you were sleeping during the day, to be honest. Because your sleeping schedule is probably just as messed up as Angel's. Unfortunately no, but what I can do... Okay, I'll give you options, guys. Would you prefer hearing in-game music, or should I just put some background music and just switch off the sound in-game? Because I can do that for you if you want. Because honestly, it's just gotta be the exact same thing over and over again. So whatever you would prefer, we can do that. Okay, let's go with the codes. This is actually the hardest bit. Angel, did you know me and Sadwick were talking while you went away last time? Apparently you need to double click these like code thingies. And apparently it doesn't work now. Okay, wait. Okay, so apparently the codes don't work until you like re-log in, which is a bit of an issue. It's not a big issue, but you know. It is a bit annoying. Oh, come on. Oh, this game. Well, it clearly doesn't work for me, Angel. I don't know what to tell you. These codes seem to be, as I say, having mind of their own. Well, what can I do? I guess it's like latency lag or something in game. It's probably because a lot of people trying to use them at the same time re-rolling, so the game can probably keep up. Okay, let's try again. I mean, she summons not only the Black Hole Angel, she summons a couple more things from the looks of it. Oh, golly, come on. So I can't even re-roll now. Okay, you know what? Well, Angel, give me a shout when the codes start working again, because I assume it's universal. Try to redeem it, like, every now and again. What we will do is we'll go and start the new character, and then we'll come back to this one and redo it, basically. Because, I mean, there's not much I can do, unfortunately. Okay, last time. Oh wait, no, not that. Copied my UID. It worked prior when I like re-logged in, but it clearly stopped again. So we'll just go with this. We'll keep track of like how many we do, and then we'll do just like a big pull sesh, I guess, when the codes start working again. It's a bit unfortunate, but you know, what can you do? Usually the first day, it kind of goes like that. But at least we do get some good rolls. Like, from the looks of it, it feels like the rates are higher than 1%, and I just don't know if I'm lucky or not, but... absolutely no worries, Savick. It was a pleasure seeing you as always, and I'll catch you later.
って。
戦闘準備だ。俺に任せろ。
At least I figured out the strategy for now. So it seems like, I don't know if it's just me, but I think they actually sped up slightly the progress of tutorial, because I do remember they were slightly longer before, unless I'm tripping, which could be the case.
完全に気をつけろ。ついてこい。俺にはあ。みんなは休憩していろ。後片付けは俺がやっておく。
気をつけて。遮断による黒い結晶で道が塞がってる。
Well, I think they realize that, like, majority of people are probably gonna re-roll, so they might have did us a solid and just kind of, you know, basically said, you know what, we got you. And if they did, I do appreciate it.
完全に気をつけろ。よっと。俺に任せろ。自業自得だ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か。こぐまざ変身。
大丈夫。
完全にせい。
Alrighty.
敵を撃退した。もう安全だ。
No, well, I think from my end it's alright. Just took a look and I think it looks fine. So it might be you, Angel.
見て。
You might be upsetting the gacha gods, being unable to pull and all that. They expect you to reroll and you're not doing it, and you might be upsetting them greatly.
邪魔をするな。俺に任せろ。よっと。完全に気を逃がすか。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か。こぐまざ変身。
俺に任せ。はあ。
警戒を。
やっと僕の番。や
うかつだった。完全に。
Okay, so codes start working again. Okay, good to know, good to know. I mean, I already started this account, so we'll go back to the other
任
one
務完了。
as soon as I'm done here.
向かいましょう。
どうやらセキュリティの人は。
We'll just do 2 pulls in a row. I think, as I said, it's probably server latency that's a bit too high, because people, as I said, there's probably thousands of people that are trying to re-roll right now, and the codes just can't keep up, most likely. Which usually is the case with these.
俺に任せろ。ついてこい。完全に気を自業自得だ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
っと僕の番か。こぐまざ変身。
俺に任せろ。
Yes, what's up, Angel? What one unspeakable crime have you committed already?
やっと僕の番。
Well, that's the thing. Like, the last badge that I did on the first account, it was basically,
俺に任せろ。
I could use them, but only if I double-clicked on them. And sometimes they didn't work either, so
みんなは休憩
there's
していろ。
clearly something awry going on with them.
階層が崩れ始めてる。早く逃げて。危険すぎる。けど
上よ。急ぎましょう。いや、ありえない。冒険の始まりです。
俺に任せろ。
By the time I'm gonna be done with re-rolling, I'm gonna be able
完全に気
to
をつけろ。
one-shot this man almost with lightning like precision.
警戒を怠らないで。
My most recent manhwa? That's a good question. Well, the thing is, lately, I read all the like big ones, right? I had all the I started reading actually Regeared, or Overgeared rather, the one that they released on Ashura, because I never read that one before, so that was one. And I also started reading like just some random ones. If you ever looked at like manhwa recommendations, sometimes they have those either new ones or like the ones that go released really slowly that have like 20 to 30 chapters. And one of my guilty pleasures is just picking up one of those and like blasting through them in one go. So I read quite a few of those. I think one of them was like God of War gets reincarnated. I think it was called. It was basically just about a guy that got thrown into Murim world, and he became like the emperor of that world. And basically he got so sick and tired of that world that he was like, he asked his black sage friend to basically use some of the most expensive and hard to get materials in the world, like 1,000-year Imugi skin and the blood of a celestial being that only descends once in 1,000 years, and basically like chant some wicked spell and get him transferred back to his world, because he was longing for his like family or whatnot. But as soon as he gets transported, he finds out that he's been in a vegetative state for like 5 years. And he wakes up, and always a status window pops out of nowhere, because you know that's just how it's gonna be. And he finds out that this world basically had the portals open up, and the reason why he go into coma is because of this thing called portal impact, where people get, you know, sick because of them and whatnot. And surprise, surprise, his family is very poor, so what is he gonna do? He's gonna go and make some money. But usually those kinds of manhwas is like the protagonist just pops off and goes immediately into a dungeon, kills like level 99 mafia boss like nobody's business by giving him a couple backhanded slaps. And that's about it. And then he basically puts all the S ranks in their place and tells them how it is. But in this one, he actually doesn't do that. The man goes to academy in order to learn how to be a hunter. Now keep in mind, he awakened 25 A rank traits. So the man can literally go against a boss like nobody's business. But for whatever reason, he decides to spend 10 chapters worth just going to academy, where he one-shots every enemy anyway, so it's kind of worthless. And I read that, I was like, I don't know why I'm reading this. And that's usually the case with a lot of these that I try to read, is the question essentially pops up, why am I reading this? And that's usually when I stop. So to answer your question, that was the last one I read, and I think I read it to 17 chapters, and he just finished the academy by chapter 17, and I was like, I just can't, you know. There's only so much I can read before my brain just starts falling out of my ear. I need stimulation. Hi there, Kakura. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you there, but I was in the middle of answering Angel's question, so didn't want to lose a train of thought, because I usually do that. But glad you can join us on our rerolling adventures. Me and Angel just kind of going at trying to reroll. so far unsuccessfully, but you know, patience is a virtue. Okay, still doesn't work. I feel like this is gonna be the actual rerolling process, is catching the codes working. That's gonna be the actual reroll, not the reroll itself.
仮想ホームへ急ぐわよ。でも駅内の感染者にも注意して。
出発します。ついてきてください。
即戦即決。
Also, AI in this game seems a little bit smarter than it was in Honkai, because it seems like it's doing essentially what I would have done, like it buffs with the buff skill and then uses the AoE. So it seems relatively smart in that regard. I don't know how smart it would be late game, but that's at least good to know, because usually these kinds are very situationally dumb, shall we say? You go for Massiah? Come on, Angel, I believe in you. If you pull Massiah, I'm gonna be very proud of you. Angel, even the universe doesn't want you to become a cultured individual, but you gotta stay strong, you gotta persevere. You gotta realize that if the world brings you down, you gotta stand up tall. And only then can you achieve the true enlightenment. No, you should be sad, Angel. That's not the path you want to embark upon. You want to embark upon the path of culture, not the gooning. I think the people are talking about the codes not working. I like how this game is probably gonna become the first day is like, are the codes working? Lads, the codes are working, let's go! And then the codes immediately just get broken within like 5 seconds again. It's kind of funny to me, I don't know. That guy's down. Oh, hold up. There we go. There's a lot of cultivation manhwas out there, Angel, to be honest. If you're like looking for a good one, Apotheosis is really good. I haven't read it in ages. Like, I think I stopped at 780 chapters, but I think it has 1,300 or something. And it was actually really good. It was one of the better cultivation manhwas out there. The other one was... what was it called? Golly, that's a problem I have. I read almost all cultivation manhwas, but their names are so generic usually and so easy to forget until I actually read the first chapter again, I'm like, oh yeah, that's what it was. It's a slow start, like with every cultivation manhwa, but it does have its strong parts, and I think the protagonist is actually pretty good, because the story is a bit hit or miss, I guess, but as it progresses, it gets better. Well, that's the problem with cultivation manhwas. It's like a lot of them are so unbelievably generic. It's like they all follow the same trail. They all go, you know, in predicted trajectory. It's like I go to the point where I don't even need to read the manhwa. I can just read the synopsis, and I probably can tell you with about 95% degree accuracy the premise for the first like 20 chapters. It's probably gonna start in a sect or, you know, a cultivation world where either the protagonist is like one of the strongest individuals that ever existed, and then something happens, you know, he obtains a power, or, you know, he does something like trying to cross tribulation, and then somebody betrays him, and, you know, he goes on this epic tale of, oh no, they betrayed me. In my next life, I'm definitely gonna stick it to them and show them that they can't mess with me, you know? You know, they get reincarnated into a body of somebody that's almost died and go on this epic revenge path. Or it could be that the protagonists are unbelievably, so unbelievably weak that anyone can bully them, and then they get a lucky encounter with a sage or some sort of manual that they find in a forest. It's usually in a forest, at least. And, you know, they unlock the hidden power that they always had or just achieved. And, you know, start becoming super strong, and then eventually one-shot everyone. Yeah, it's usually into a weak body of, you know, that has zero potential to cultivate, or like very ill, or like super overweight. It's some quirk, and they like, okay, this body is rubbish, but I'm still gonna make it the strongest I ever lived. I'm referencing all of them, Angel. That's essentially all of them. It's like, I'm not even joking. That's the premise for almost every single one of them. Which, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but you know. There's very few cultivation manhwas that I think are actually decent. Because I like the premise of cultivation manhwas, right? I enjoy the epic journey of like going and cultivating the ultimate Dao, going on epic adventures, you know, fighting powerful enemies, pursuing like the sword and all that. I think it's really cool. That's why I like stuff like solo leveling. It's essentially a power fantasy and all that. But a lot of them are just so unbelievably generic that it's like, it's just really hard to get into them on the same level as I would have had maybe like 8 to 5 years ago when I only started discovering them. Because back then, I couldn't care how good the manhwa was. I was still gonna read it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you that I was a purveyor of finer literature since I started reading. No, I read a lot of trash, and it just made me realize that there's good stuff out there as well. I don't know about Demonic Steward Angel. Like, I know we joked around with it, but like, legitimately, I enjoyed it until the fight with like the prince, you know, the white head guy. I felt like the story was going really strong, and then they started stretching out chapters to the point where like one fight would drag on for like 50 chapters. And I was like, the pacing is just so agonizingly slow that the story is just not worth it. You know what I mean? Like, the story itself is good, but the pacing, they just essentially stretched it out as thin as possible just to stretch out the story, and I never liked that. I don't know if they're just my monkey brain basically wanted like quick dopamine and quick action, but I always hate slow pacing. I think the story is good. As I said, I will never like go against the story of demonic steward, but the pacing is such a big thing for me that like if it's slow, it's just not worth it for me. I read it quite far. Like I read it all the way up to where he discovers like the strongest cultivator of all time and becomes his kind of like steward, if you will. And then gets him, you know, entangled with himself. Oh, hi there, Liz, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to mention I was in the middle of my tirade as usual. Well, that's a thing, Angel. Like, I know I said that I think the story is good, but like, I feel like in this story particular, Zeofan is just kind of sometimes almost like a background character because he doesn't do much. Like, he has goals and whatnot, but sometimes I just don't understand what his motive is. Let's see if the code works, I guess, after this. I'm gonna be real, Angel, I haven't read Demonic Steward in so long, I'm not 100% recalling the... I think I stopped right after he escaped the... As I said, the strongest cultivator that caused like a rebellion before. It's a demonic steward, the Zeofan one. Which is a good manga, but I was just saying to Angel that the plot is so dragged out that it's just a lot. But you know what isn't dragged out? I was catching up on Illicit yesterday, and the latest fight made me assured that, you know, Jiwoo finally started to stand on his two legs. Like, that fight actually went kind of hard. And like the last panel when Father Kaiden just shows up and basically... So, if you haven't caught up, the... Oh, you read it, Liz? Okay, so I can talk about it then. Angel, if you haven't read the latest Illicit chapter, just cover your ears for like 2 minutes. So you know, in the last chapter, how Jinwoo like finished up those two guys that came to steal Win's father? I just love the last panel where Kaiden was like, "Oh, you worked really hard. Anyway, where you going? Come here." You know, he wasn't like mad, he wasn't angry. The man was just like taking a stroll and just like, "Oh, how you doing over here? A lovely weather we're having, huh? Would you like a knuckle sandwich, perhaps? To quench your never-ending hunger? I can see that you're quite starved. Let me help you." Good, Angel. Good. I'm glad we're all on the same page. That's what I like to hear. I'm really looking forward to Jiwoo finally entering top 100 because I feel like it's already predestined, you know? Like like the fight between him and that piece of absolute rubbish that, you know, tried to separate him and his girlfriend. I hate that guy. I forgot his name. That's how much I don't care about him. But the grandson of the top 10 dude that looks like a warlock with a cane. That guy sucks, honestly, and screw him. But I'm waiting for a moment when Jiwoo just mans up, you know, just waltzes up to him and just absolutely knocks the living daylight out of him. Just, you know, gives him a wallop of a lifetime. And that's gonna be the most satisfied I'll be in a long while. That day, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna prepare a nice fancy dinner, for one. Just set out the table, light up a candle, maybe put on some nice music. I don't drink, but I might get some fancy grape juice or something. And just, you know, enjoy that while swirling my grape juice in a big glass, being like, a fine specimen we're having today. Ooh, finally aged ass beating. Just what I needed today. I honestly forgot his name. That's how much I don't care about him, because, like, he's just a character that you need to hate, you know? He's not a character that you should actually care about, and I feel like that's a good thing. Because, like, his little brother is actually fine. I don't mind his little brother, but he himself is an absolute swine. Because, you know, going after somebody else's woman is the lowest of the low. And those kinds of characters deserve the worst. Because, you know, Jiwoo is such a sweet little boy, you know? The man only sprouting his wings, and then that son of a gun comes, waltzes his way in, like he thinks he's a big shot, like he'd never seen Kaiden before. I honestly wish Kaiden was there at that moment and kind of gave him a reality check. Can you imagine? While Jiwoo talking to his Nuna, and that guy waltzes in and, you know, starts chatting, trying to chat her up. Kaiden just pulls him aside and he's like, pull up a chair, let's have a chat. You know, give him a reality check. That would be kind of fun, to be honest. That would be kind of fire. Because, like, I feel like Jiwoo starts to slowly but surely become more confident in himself. Because, like, you saw, I don't know if you remember, you know when he went to, I think America? Or whatever, or like Europe? Where he went to one of his friends, like, party. And when everybody discovered that he was, like, Kaiden's disciple, he wasn't even intimidated. He just kind of shrugged it off and just waltzed out like an absolute baller. Didn't even say anything, just basically looked at his friend and he was like, okay, I'ma peace out. It was literally the meme with SpongeBob where he gets up the chair and just like, alright, I'ma head out. It was on the same level. Much cooler. And I do like that. Well, that's the thing. I honestly didn't understand why he had to involve his little brother. Because it's like, the guy didn't even do anything, you know. His brother was just chilling. He didn't even want to fight. He was just kind of like, oh, I guess I'll do it. And then when he lost, you know, he started treating him cold. And I was like, man, you told him to fight. What do you mean? Obviously he lost. Because, you know, like, it was already established that Jinwoo is the strongest awakener within his age. Like, the man literally fought against people that are only stronger than him. I don't remember the last time Jinwoo fought somebody in his own weight class. The man is going around, and it's like going to MMA and fighting only Conor McGregor, you know? Or like going to WWE and fighting nobody but like Big Show or like Undertaker. Just, you know, just challenging the cream of the crop and nobody else. It's like, why? It makes it for entertaining fights, obviously, but you know. Duke was the only one where he actually fought on par. Because it was like, it was the first fight where I was like, okay, this is where Jinwoo actually, you know, pops off. Because that was the first fight where it made sense for them to fight. Because usually before, it would be like one of the top 10 Awakeners just tries to kidnap him, or one of the 50 Awakeners tries to, you know, assault him. Like, the man couldn't catch a break for the longest time. And I was honestly rooting for him to finally be like, okay, Author, I love you. You made Kaiden, so I'll forgive you anything and everything, but please, can you give him an opponent in his own class? Like, the man can catch a rest without getting his ass whooped by somebody much stronger than him. Like 5 minutes even. Anyway. I mean, to be honest, it's a pretty good way to learn something, just getting your ass walloped over and over again. Because, like, I'm pretty sure if Jinwoo didn't fight all those battles he did, he probably wouldn't be as strong as he is right now. But at the same time, you know, it would be nice to give him a bit of a break. Because, like, I swear to God, the man spent more time in bandages than he was without in the entire series. Like, I would bet a good amount of money that the amount of time he was hurt by something, or someone rather, was perpetually way higher than when he was fine. Although I do say that, in his last fight, he only hurt his arm. Like, he was bleeding slightly, but he wasn't actually that badly injured. And the deflection of the last move, you know, when that lady was trying to take him out, I thought that was like the slickest move ever, because the boy just kind of took a step back and just walloped her. Oh, the fight was like top 10 of Awakeners when him and like Atlas and Curtis just kind of popped off. I thought that was like the coolest ever. I mean, the man literally made his own domain expansion. You've seen Gojo doing it, he was like, hold my cat treats. Let me show you how it's done. Well, it was 3, but he was technically fighting only 2 because the other one was preoccupied with like Curtis. But I do know what you mean. He technically fought 3, but then it was kind of like 1-on-1, and then he fought 2 because he defeated 1. But yeah, technically 3. But a man wasn't even sweating, you know. He was like just toe-to-toe with 3 of them, and he was barely even challenged. And it's crazy to think that even Kaiden thinks that Jinwoo is way more talented than him. Because you look at what Kaiden can do and you're like, golly, the man literally just evolved during mid-fight. He went from level 10 Mafia boss to level 99 Thug in a span of like 5 minutes. The only gripe that I lately been Like, I don't know if it's just me, but have illicit chapters just felt super short. And it's not because they are short, but just like, as you read them, it just kind of feels like the time gets sped up like 100 times. And as soon as you read the first panel, it's like a second passage and you're already finished. And I'm like, God, I wish there was another one. I wish it will get animated. I think Illicit is one of the stories that I think will be way more popular than Solo Leveling. I really hope it gets animated, because the story there is an absolute peak. Can you imagine seeing Kaiden just absolutely demolishing people in 4K? I would pay any amount of money to see that. I know what it is, but I don't think I read it. Let me just double check. Ah, no, I read it. I read it. Yeah. I read it. Sorry. I'm pretty bad with names, but yes, I read it. It's actually pretty good. I'd say it's really good, yeah. Because the man literally breaks out of like the tower by just, as you said, reaching enlightenment. And I was like, that's hella cool. Because he can like see the world for what it truly is, and that's a cool premise. I'd say the art is pretty good. I don't know if it's the best, but the story is definitely really good. I mean, I did like the switch between like the quote-unquote fake reality and real reality, just like parallel to each other. I thought that was really strong. The naked thrust. Yeah, I did. I mean, look. Well deserved. The man thrust nakedly. Oh, is that in recent chapter? I thought you meant like his actual title. Because I do remember he had like a title going around. Where they gave him after he like started destroying buildings and whatnot. I thought that's what you were referring to. Oh yeah, the plot is actually really good. So basically it's like, think of it like Tower like any, and then these challengers who are get guided by the higher beings to, you know, basically complete the tower. And I think they, Angel, remind me if I'm wrong, I think they get treated as like seeds for gods to use to enhance their power. And basically all these towers are like these giant factories for nurturing these seeds that gods use for like basically increasing their influence. And he like basically discovers the truth and breaks the tower apart and escapes it. He basically just tears it open and just goes into the world without accepting the god's blessing and basically getting marred. And he just like goes on his adventure basically after that, which I thought is a really cool plot. Yeah, I do remember the God Slayer. I think it's worthwhile reading it. It's honestly a really good story. I need to catch up on it because I haven't read it in a whole minute. I think I stopped at like chapter 80 or something. And I think it is about 140 now, so I definitely need to catch up on it. I think you just find it on Ashura, Liz. If you just use any link I gave you from Asura, it should be there. You'll find it very easily.
どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。やっと僕の番か。
Yeah, Angel, if you don't mind.
俺に任せろ。そらよ。感電に気をつけろ。逃がすか。
I mean, to be honest, Ashra has like goated
警戒を怠っ
out of 10 type manhwas on there.
やっと僕の番か。
Is that 160 chapters already? Wow, that it has been a while. Yeah, I definitely need to catch up. I might start reading to either tomorrow or the day after that.
俺に任せろ。せい。
警戒を怠らないで。
Just post it in Discord later, Angel. I think the Botrix blocks all the links because it thinks it's spam or something. Unfortunately, I don't have any control over it. It's kind of like an overload of a little domain here. 184, golly, so there's 100 chapters I need to catch up. That's a lot of work.
危険すぎる。
I only started overgeared as well, and there's like 260 chapters I have to read.
よし。座標は
Ah, when does a man get time?
いや、ありえない。こんな
冒険の始まりです。
大丈夫。
うかつだった。
I'm gonna go until I get what I need to get, Kakarot. We are on a mission. Quitting is not an option. Only the victory shall await us ahead.
警戒を怠らないで。やっと僕の小熊が変身。
Well, to be fair, there's so many channels. I don't blame you, Angel. It's kind of oversaturated. Plus, I don't enforce, like, you can talk about whatever in general. It's like, it doesn't bother me. Greg is the only one that might have an issue with that, but I'm fine.
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
Yeah, I'm rerolling Kakaro.
やっと僕の番。
I'm not actually playing the game. I'm playing the game of life, if you will.
これで。
I'm trying to reroll to get a good character, essentially. You know, you saw the guy on the thumbnail is basically who I'm aiming for. His name is Massiah, and he's gonna be my Messiah. He's gonna lead me through this world, one judgment at a time. Absolutely no worries, Angel. Understandable. Let me know if it's good.
警戒を怠らないで。
Holding in hell is pretty good as well.
やっと僕の番か。
I don't remember quite the plot, but from what I can recall vaguely, it was a pretty strong story. That's a problem. As I was saying to Angel, I remember a lot of manhwas, but only if I read the first chapter. It's like my brain just locks up these memories, and until I read the first chapter again, I completely blank out the entire story. But as soon as I start reading it, I'm like, oh, okay, I remember what this is about. He does this, that, and the other after this. This happens and all that. It's like magic almost. You know how in Harry Potter, Dumbledore like pulls out the wisps of his memory and stores them in a jar? I feel like it's the same thing in my brain where I just store all these random memories in jars until I actually need them, and when I do, they just kind of like pop out of random places, and I'm like, oh yeah, this was what it was about. But only for manhwas, nothing else. Other things I just completely forget and never to be remembered. But for manhwas, I have a weird, I don't know if you would call it a gift. A quirk, maybe.
レンダ 安全防務署に勤めているが、今はあなたと共に。
Yeah, I do remember that one, Liz. It is a pretty good one, and I think it has probably about 100 chapters now. That's a problem that I have with a lot of like manhwas nowadays that get expanded to more than 100 chapters. I always get tempted to just reread them rather than going from the place that I left. Because usually, if I don't reread them, I kind of forget what the premise is. And that could usually lead to me pretty much misremembering what's going on. So the redemption code don't work. Ah, golly. Come on. Oh. Angel, the codes are still not working, so I guess we're just rerolling for the game for the love of the sport. Well, that's the thing. I feel like I might as well just pre-make a bunch of them now, and then tomorrow on stream just actually pull for them. Because I'm gonna need to do this anyway, so I might just as well, you know, use this as a white noise essentially and just chat with you guys. Just have a bit of a chill stream while there's some gameplay in the background essentially. Just treat this as a little distraction, if you will. I mean, that's fair, Angel. You have been kind of catching up to me. I'm gonna be real. You have been reading a lot, and I have been slacking off a little bit lately. I've only been reading about 30 to 50 chapters a day, which is not a lot. At my peak, I could easily go triple digits. Nowadays, unfortunately, the constraint of time make me slacking. I mean, look, it doesn't take a lot to impress me, Liz. I don't know who you think I am, but to impress me, all it takes is to be moderately good at something, you know? Like you telling me you're reading manhwa, I'm already impressed, because, you know, it takes a special kind of individual to have a enlightened mind in order to appreciate such medium. I wouldn't say no lifing, because the thing is, I usually read manhwa. So, for example, when if I walk to work, I usually just have my phone out and I'm just kind of like skimming through some chapters. If I'm like on the break, I usually do the same. And also, if I got no work to do, I'm on my phone reading something as well. So I don't just like sit and do nothing but reading. I mid-max my reading time. I use any and every opportunity to catch up on my manhwas. And that's a true enlightened way of doing it, you know, because anybody can just sit there and read. It doesn't take a lot of power and grit to do that. But not everybody can utilize every single free second they have in their life in order to achieve the path of enlightenment. Now that's where it takes a special kind of lady or man to do that. Pretty much, Liz, pretty much. And I don't breathe a lot, but I do read a lot. For every breath I take, there's at least 3 chapters I read. It's kind of how it goes. To be honest, I do that sometimes, Angel, as well. Every now and again, if I'm doing something like this, like rerolling or whatever, majority of the time, I usually just have either like a YouTube video in the background or I read something just to keep my brain distracted from actually what I'm doing. Because it helps to focus better for me. I don't know, it's a weird thing where like, if I were just to do this and nothing else right now, not only would I feel incredibly bored, but my brain just wouldn't be able to cope with this. And I would just start wandering to like random places mentally in order to find some sort of distraction. Because for whatever reason, I feel much more concentrated when I'm like talking or, you know, looking at something else. And it just makes me more zeroed in, if that makes sense. I don't know, that's just how good I am, Liz. Well, Liz, as much as I love my tea, I can't live without manhwas. Manhwas is like part of my blood right now. If you take it out, there's gonna be only a husk of a man. It's a tough choice, but I would make it with a tear in my eye and a sorrowful sigh. But I would have to go with manhwas. That's just how it is. The path towards enlightenment cannot be compared to the glory of tea. It's just, you know, they both equally important to me, but manhwas just edge it out slightly. Because to be honest, I know it's blasphemous to say, but I drink more water than I do during tea. So I can survive with just water, but if you ask me to read books, I might as well just you might as well just isekai me at that point, because that's a fate worse than death right there. No pictures in text. Oh, terrible. Never. Oh, no. Got stuck in a loop there for a second. Well, the thing is, light novels are fine, but like, I still prefer manhwas. I read a few light novels here and there, but 9 times out of 10, I can't get into them, honestly. I don't know if I'm just too used to manhwas personally, but I just find it way more enjoyable to be able to actually see rather than visualize the plot, if that makes sense. It's just a much more enjoyable experience to me, because when I read manhwas, I don't want to think, you know? Like, very rarely do I want to read something and think about what I'm reading. I just want to unwind, like switch off my brain and just enjoy a cool story. And for that, I need pictures rather than just reading. I mean, there's very few manhwas or manhwas where I actually can just sit down and like enjoy it for what it is. Usually for me, as I say, it's a distraction to keep my brain occupied. I can probably count on fingers on my one hand the actual manhwas and manhwas, which I think I can literally just go back right now and reread Illicit from chapter 1, and I'm probably gonna have a blast. So,
うかつだった
and the only ones I can think of on the top of my head is definitely illicit, obviously. Triple S rank, rank is returned by Rokan, the GOAT. The best protagonist of all time, obviously. I can definitely do that one. Yeah, absolute peak.
手強いやつだ
Another one. Return of Mount Hua Disciple, I think, is a really strong one. I wouldn't necessarily say it's my top 5, but I really do like it. When I'm thinking of like cultivation manhwas,
どうなってんだ
the Return of Mount Hua Disciple is like just pops up into my brain as one of the better ones out there. Because first of all, the art is really good, and the story is also really good. The characters too. Which else? Disaster rank class hero returns, very strong one. Enjoyed tremendously. There was another one which I don't know if they still do. It was about the guy that got stuck in a tower and then escaped, and basically disciplines everyone while outside while wearing Adidas trackies, and basically takes off his slipper and unleashes the power of 1,000 suns upon his enemies. So, yeah, that's all. It's basically another one which was really good, but I can't remember the name on the top of my head.
ごきげんようはい
Ooh, that's a cool old man. That's the first gacha game where I actually see an old man in it. Seriously surprising. More time than not, they just don't exist. Oh, as I said, Illicit is definitely my kind of place as well, Liz, because we all have that 1 or 2 titles which we can always just go back to and have a good time with. And I feel like it's really important to have those titles, because I usually don't reread manhwas. Only on very rare occasions do I do that, because I don't know, I just enjoy
即決
exploring new stories, if you will. But on rare occasions that I do, it usually needs to be a very, very impactful story that I, well, first of all, remember, because if I don't remember, it's already a good sign that it probably wasn't that good. And also, it has to be very, like, fluid, if that makes sense. I hate the stories where I feel like it's a chore to read them. As long as the story is fluid and I feel like I'm enjoying myself all the way through, that's when I feel like, okay, this is a good one. Yeah, I honestly don't know what they're doing with those codes, Angel, because it seems like they're messing around with them, but unsuccessfully. I don't know if they had an issue with, like, codes either stopping working or people were redeeming them too much,
手強いやつだ
but yeah, it seems...
燃えろ
I never seen a game where using codes is like the issue. Because usually it's like the gameplay, because codes just seem like there's nothing there to break really. It's probably a very simple string of code which you can utilize very easily, but maybe not. What do I know? Okay, let me try. Let's see. Well, no, not really. I do know coding and usually stuff like that. It's like, it's one of those copy and paste type jobs where you can do it easily. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Well. Yeah. And the thing is, it doesn't even give you an error, it just doesn't work. Like, this button just might as well not exist. And how does one need to reroll? Well, they can't even do that. Let me try maybe, cause it worked last time. I just exited the game and entered it again, and it kind of worked out. Well, yeah, that's the thing, cause usually those codes are already pre-made. Like, you literally don't have to do it. You literally put a text if, you know, project A equals true, then, you know, reward given, or something like that. And if not, it's like you put equals false and basically rejects you. But it doesn't even reject, it just looks like the button doesn't work. So there's clearly an error in code that prevents it from working. I mean, it's a bit ironic the code for codes doesn't work, you know? Because it seems like everything else in this game works so far, but the codes. No. Still nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very simple process. There's nothing really to, you know, mess up there. But as I said, what do we know?
みんなから見れば安全防務署から出るのはあまりいい選択には見えない。
Yeah, because the thing is, if they scripted like basically, sorry, the code doesn't work or something to say that, you know, you're doing something wrong, then I would have been like, okay, so clearly something is right. Because if I was a new player and I didn't know that the codes are broken, I would be like, oh, okay, so I can't use them. This reminds me of like Wuthering Waves first day where nothing was working and the game was running at like 2 FPS a second. But it is what it is. I guess let's start again. I closed the game by mistake. Give me a second, let me reboot it. Alrighty. Well, we at least have 3 accounts to reroll, so as soon as those codes roll in, you know your man is gonna be on that rerolling spree, shall we say. So this is gonna be our 5th try so far. It's a bit of a shame that we can't improve, but it is what it is. Oh, I see, Lisa. You're a little bit of IT wizard yourself. Didn't expect that, but very nice.
任せろ。自業自得だ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か。
This gives me like flashbacks of when I used to reroll for Etheria, and I remember the first few days I was doing nothing but rerolling in hopes of getting I think Zyla was it, and golly, those were painful.
敵を撃退した。もう安全だ。
Yeah, pretty much, Angel. I mean, Google pretty much replaces any sort of degree you can get nowadays. You want to become a biochemist? Just Google up how to make meth, you know? Just watch Breaking Bad and you pretty much will be halfway there. You know, you want to become a rocket scientist? Just, you know, just watch a couple SpaceX tutorials on how to build your own rocket. And, you know, you're pretty much there already. Or you want to become a chef? Just watch a couple Gordon Ramsay videos of making Mexican food and you're pretty much gonna be pretty much there. One of the greatest chefs that ever existed, you know? It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. Internet is a wonderful thing, full of wonderful people and wonderful places to learn wonderful things. Only if you have the eyes to see it, though.
戦闘準備だ。感電に気をつけろ。しゃあ。俺に任せろ。逃がすか。
警戒を怠らないで。
やっと僕の番か。
感電に気をつけろ。せい。うかつだった。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕。
俺に任せろ。ついてこい。か、はあ。
I do kind of wish that the auto battle was available from turn 1, to be honest. It would have made it way easier. But I guess it keeps me a little bit more awake to click a couple buttons every now and again. Otherwise, I probably would have already fallen asleep. No, it's alright, Liz. I thought you might have got a bit too offended at my comment about the food making, shall we say. And you went out outside to take, you know, a deep philosophical walk just to ponder what is the true meaning of existence shall be. I said nothing, Liz. And what I did say shall remain unknown. It's gonna be only between me and Angel, and you shall never know. Why do you need to stay awake till 6 AM, Angel? What you plan to do at 6 AM, huh? No, you cannot, Liz. It's impossible. The rewind feature hasn't been invented.
任せろ。よっと。感電に気をつけろ。自業自得だ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か。こぐま座変身。
Alright, when you ask it like that, Liz, I guess I can tell you. But promise me that you won't get mad at me because it was in a spur-of-the-moment passionate quote that I may or may not have meant. While I was talking about, you know, how internet is a wonderful place where you can find a lot of interesting things, I mentioned if you want to enhance your cooking prowess, all you need to do is watch Gordon Ramsay make a couple Mexican dishes and you're pretty much going to become a chef of a century. And I felt like, you know, you would have stand by that statement and you would have said, yes, Lux, I completely 100% agree. And you know what? I never thought about it that way, but I do indeed think you are correct on that. And you know, it's just a wonderful thing, really. It was a little common the I made of the cup, I would say.
警戒を怠らないで。
やっと僕の番か。
感電に気を。はっ。
警戒を怠らない。任務完了。次のターゲットに向かいましょう。
I mean, to be honest, after I watched that game promotion video that he did that we saw online together, I lost all respect for the man, so... It is what it is. Ah, I see, Angel. So it's kind of like your Easter. Because that's kind of what people do on Easter. They go to, like, church and, like, get their prayers on, if you will. It's kind of like a big religious rave where people just, go and, Okay, actually, I guess I can talk about it. So, basically, in Eastern Europe, Easter is a little bit of a special holiday. Like, you know how in the West, people just get, like, a chocolate bunny or a chocolate egg and call it a day? Not so much in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, you wake up at 4 to 5 a.m. on Easter. You go to your local church with a basket full of food. You put that food on the ground. You stand in a massive circle with candles lit in your basket. And you wait for an old bearded priest to walk around and throw holy water on you and your food. Now you're asking me, why would he throw the holy water on your food? Well, it's to get it blessed, so you eat blessed food and have a great time afterwards. Now, you might think to yourself, well, I'm not a big fan of wet bread and food in general to have water that may or may have not been sitting God knows where for God knows how long. And then somebody using a massive broomstick to throw it at you in the middle of a freezing morning, Sunday morning. You would think that that's probably not exactly what you wanted to do with your weekend. Yet, I was forced as a child to go to these things until I was like 8. And then I discovered a strat that if I just pretend I'm asleep, I don't need to. And that's exactly what I did. I would just have a meal afterwards and be like, okay, well, I'm here for the food and only the food. Food wasn't even that great, to be honest. It was just like, we have this thing called Pascha, which is basically just like the most mediocre brioche you'll ever have in your life. I mean, it's alright. It's kind of like a raisin bread. And it's kind of like a very mediocre cake as well. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's kind of like very milly, if that makes sense. as I say, it has some raisins in it, or like currants sometimes,
俺に任せ
and
ろ
a little bit of frosting at the top and some sprinkles. It's okay, but it's not great.
逃がすか
やっと僕の番か。
Yeah, so yeah, for us, it's usually we have some like symbolic dishes, but the main aspect we usually like paint eggs, like hard-boiled eggs, and then this is tradition that you take an egg and basically with the person that sits next to you, you play a little game where you clack the eggs on like each other's surfaces. And whoever's egg remains unbroken until the end is basically the winner. And it symbolizes that they will have like the strongest luck for the coming year. And I'm proud to say that I'm 8-0. I never lost. I'm the champ.
大丈夫。
In a kid's table, everybody was weeping when I was bringing out my eggs. Okay? I was known as an egg master. I was juggling those eggs like nobody's business. Never lost a single battle. I'm like Yu-Gi-Oh! I sent all my challenges to the Shadow Realm. It was cool. It was my first experience with proper battle. And as I said, when I tasted the sweet victory for the first time, that's how I knew that losing wasn't meant for me. I was destined for the path of greatness to become the greatest egg cracker this world has ever seen. And I achieved such feat by the age of 8. And ever since then, I reached the peak of the world itself. When I stood at the egg cracking mountain, I looked at the sky and I knew that I was the chosen one. And the rest is history. But yeah, that was basically the only interesting part. It's kind of like, you know, on Christmas you pull like the crackers. It's pretty much the same but with eggs. And then you obviously eat the egg. But yeah, other than that, it's kind of mediocre, honestly. There's nothing super exciting. Like you get some cool dishes and whatnot, but yeah, it is what it is. It's usually just a very religious holiday.
Renda, 安全防務署に勤めているが、今はあなたと共に行動する仲間だ。
Exactly, Angel. Egg Sovereign is at least 10 realms above Martial Sovereign. It's like the ultimate realm. It's the one you reach after the godhood realm. You know, right after you become a god, you know, you get your first egg and then you go around and start smashing other people's eggs. And you know, if you lose, you basically devolve to a mere mortal immediately. So it's kind of like a 50-50 of immortality. And as I said, never lost. I've been cracking my eggs since day one. And there's yet to be a man or a woman to be born to be able to challenge my prowess of egg shattering magnitude. And you know what the secret is? Let me give you a little peek behind the scene into how to become the ultimate egg cracker. So what you do is very simple. If somebody uses a pointy end, you crack it with the bottom bit, because it cracks it way easier. The surface area spreads and the concentrated nature of the top bit just doesn't penetrate hard enough. And also, you gotta crack it at an angle, okay? Don't just go straight. That's always a losing strat. You gotta slightly curve it, like throw them a tiny, you know, when you lift up your egg, just curve it slightly and hit like right on the side. That's how they crack, and that's how they collapse under the pressure. Air pressure rises, and it collapses immediately onto itself. a very advanced technique, but I do believe with a lot of practice you can achieve it. Now, if they're using the bottom bit, it's a little bit more tricky, okay? Because you gotta go with the pointy bit, because you can't go with the same. That's against the rule. You always gotta change one. So it's either you go with the top bit or the bottom bit. And the bottom bit is always stronger than the top bit. However, there's a trick. So, if you go straight in the middle, like right in the middle of the bottom bit, the pressure will collapse the egg's outer surface and it will collide upon itself. Now, a very important bit. When you actually do it, you gotta stop midway. So as soon as you hear the impact, you stop. You don't go push all the way, because what will happen is you're gonna crack your own egg. If you push all the way, you gotta feel the impact and then immediately stop. And then just stare down the egg of your opponent until it cracks upon the pressure of your murderous intent. Always works like a charm. And that's how I'm exactly 1,300,047 battles strong. In fact, there's gonna be probably 48 by the time we're done here. There's probably gonna be an egg cracker here at some point, you know, challenging me to a battle. And I'm gonna be needing to oblige.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。力があるからこそ、自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
Exactly, Angel. I was hustling out there on the streets. Because people think, you know, at 8 years old, you can hustle. I say otherwise. In fact, you can hustle at any age. All you need in it is an egg and determination of steel. And you can achieve the stars. Because you know what? You always gotta aim for the sky. And even if you don't make it, you're gonna be left among the stars. Is I think what the saying is. I do agree, Liz. Enlightenment is not something you can force, it's something you can only strive towards. It will come when need be. You cannot rush it. I mean, ice cream is pretty golden, Angel. I'm not gonna lie. Ice cream is up there with one of the best desserts. I'm not gonna argue with that. It's up there with like cheesecake, you know? Like those two go hand in hand. Not with each other necessarily, but you know, they're on the same peak stage. Well, no, I actually enjoy ice cream in any weather. I'm not like partial. I don't think you need to eat ice cream only in hot weather. I can have ice cream during winter, you know. It's not gonna faze me. In fact, I remember one time when I was having like a ski trip with my family. There was an ice cream shop near the hotel that we were staying in, and while my family was like skiing and whatnot, I was like, I'll go check it out. And I remember walking out of it with like a bag full of ice cream that I brought back to my family, and they all looked at me, looked around, and it, keep in mind, it was like -25, and they were like, well, we do appreciate it, but I don't think it's quite the weather for ice cream. And I was like, more for me? Sue yourself. I'll take it all. And so I did. I ate like, I think I got like 5 ice creams. I ate them all myself. And then I got sick and I was puking in the background for the remainder of the evening while my family was having dinner. It was great. I never regretted anything. Because I was the one having the ice cream, not them.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。
I think it's a bunch of baloney, the fact that you can't eat ice cream during cold weather. It's like, who said that? Who made the rule? Show me the law where it says you can't legally eat ice cream during winter, huh? Because it's like saying you can't eat soup during summer. It's like, do your insides melt away if you eat soup? Or do you just freeze? You become literally cryogenically frozen if you ingest a tiny bit of frozen milk in your system during a slightly chilly weather? I don't think so.
少し休憩しよう。
I mean, that wasn't the reason why I did it, Angel, but it could be a game strat. And that way, you know, you're not gonna even seem greedy. You're gonna be like, well, I already bought it, I can't return it, so I might as well eat it. So in fact, it's gonna be a pretty big brain maneuver on your part. The only downfall is if, you know, your family actually accepts it, then you're kind of screwed, but, you know, you gotta bank on them being one of the ice cream during winter is weird crowd. You know what actually go there as well? Frozen yogurt. Frozen yogurt is up there actually as well. I remember the first time I tried frozen yogurt, I was like, wow. This is great. Because it's kind of like sorbet but better. Because you literally can just... Actually, what I do sometimes is if I have like a tub of Greek yogurt that's about to expire, I usually put it in a freezer. And then I take it out, put it in a bowl, and eat it like an ice cream. And it's great. You can drizzle some honey on it, maybe some crushed nuts, maybe a bit of diced fruit in there, and it's honestly great. No worries, Angel. I'll tell you all the ways. Greek yogurt is the goat of yogurts. Like, regular yogurt is pretty much a level 1 thug, and Greek yogurt is level 99 mafia boss of the dairy world. Regular yogurt wishes it could be even 1/10 as good as Greek yogurt. Because you gotta be down with the thickness to really appreciate the Greek yogurt greatness.
幸いホームに泊まってくれたな。最悪の事態は避けられたようだ。
Oh, so I clicked it. Whatever.
戦闘準備だ。
Because, like, I'm a big proponent of Greek yogurt to begin with, but something happens when you put it in a freezer that it gets even thicker. You wouldn't think it's possible, but it gets almost like a velvety texture. It's like the thickest ice cream you'll ever have. It's obviously not going to be as sweet, but I really do recommend it. And another thing that you can make is Greek yogurt bark, which is basically you just take like a parchment sheet of paper, you lay out a layer of Greek yogurt, and you put like any sort of nuts, raisins, chocolate, like whatever you want really in there. And then you put that in the freezer for like, I don't know, half a day or so. And when you take it out, it's kind of like almost a homemade candy that you made. And you can just break it off and eat it just like that. That's also great. It's a little bit more effort, obviously, than just putting like a tub of Greek yogurt in the freezer. But I do think it's worth it. Because think of it as like a healthy candy, I guess.
少し休憩しよう。まだやるべきことがたくさんある。
こっちよ。
戦闘準備だ。
Alrighty.
どうしたんだよお前。こんな場合でも武器のことばっ
I
かり。
wonder if the codes go fixed. Well, to be honest, like I kind of doubt they will get fixed today, but a man can hope.
よっと逃がすか。
コグマザ変身。プレゼントがいっぱい用意してありますよ。よくも。たー。
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。燃えろ。
ついてこい。自業自得だ。
Golly, these fights are sure long.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。
Okay, so that's the first chapter done.
こいつ。
So we can get something good on this temple. Ooh, we got yellow. Okay, 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 this is hype. Please be Massiah. Please be Massiah. Come on, I believe. I believe. I believe.
私の大切な友達なの。もちろんこれからはあなたも。だからみーちゃんと握手握手。
Oh,
そうすれば寂しくないよ。
why you gonna play me like that game? I mean, she is a good character and she is a healer, but I'd much rather get Massiah, but I do understand. Wait, we got double. Hold up. Okay, this is hype. Jesus Christ, how did I even skip that? Wow. I don't remember the last time I got a double in any game, to be honest. This is pretty goated, because I think Rose is like one of the better characters out there. I'm pretty sure she's like... Yeah, she's one of the best DPSs. And this girl, I think she's like a sustained character. She's not as good as a free healer you get, but she is really good. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I think so. I don't remember the last time I got double anywhere. To be honest, even off stream. But yeah, it's like I'm very surprised. Like, not gonna lie. I didn't expect that. Yeah, Liz, when it comes to luck with gacha pulls, my has never been one to brag about, shall we say. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Now, if the codes are working, I think we gotta be cooking with gas here. Yeah, Angel, I was gonna say. I go Rose and I got whoever was Mia. And I wanted Rosa because she works really well with Massiah. So I wanted both of them. So if I can get Massiah on this account, we kind of cooked, honestly. We kind of get cooking with gas over here. I'm just saying. Now, the only question, do the codes work? And the answer is no. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. Expected, but disappointing nonetheless. This is exactly my face right now. This is the face of a man that can reroll. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I wanted Rosa with Massiah because I was gonna build, like, my team was gonna be, let me show you. So, where was it? This lady. So I was gonna get this lady, Massiah, Rosa. I think it was Tsukiyomi, and then the last one was kind of like whatever. It didn't really matter. If only I could use the codes, this could have been the most goated account you ever see. But this game, like, the rates are only 1%, but I have been getting quite a lot of SSR, so I don't think it's 1%. Like, I don't know if I'm just being insanely lucky here, but it feels way more. I might be tripping, but as I said, it definitely doesn't feel like it's only 1%. Because then I read the description, it does say 1%, but like, it really doesn't feel like it. Unless they secretly boosted the rates on the first day, you know? I think so as well, because it doesn't feel right. Like, I think they broke the codes and then reprogrammed the actual summoning in the background where it's like, oh yeah, it's 10%. Because like, look at this. Like, I'm not joking. It's 1%. Like, you see, it's 1% on all of them. 1%, see? It's like... Well, yeah, that's the thing. Which is great. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm never gonna complain about getting good pulls. But... it just seems very strange, if that makes sense. Still doesn't work. Oh well. We'll do like 10 accounts or so, and I think tomorrow we're just gonna blast through them all at once and just see how it goes. Because I feel like that's the best way of going about it. But this game does make me feel like I'm super lucky, which definitely I haven't felt like in a hot minute. It has been quite a while, shall we say. Like, the only time where I felt this lucky was when I was playing, like, the Black Clover game, where I think I got, like, 5 SSR characters in one 10 pull, and I thought I was an absolute godlike being. Because I think the rates in that game were, like, 3% or something as well. And I was like, wow. I think I posted like a screenshot on our Discord, so it's still there. But I was like, whew. I'll never top this. And I probably still never will, but you know. Because I don't think I ever got a double in Genshin, Honkai, Wuthering Waves. No single game that we ever played on stream, I never got a single double. Yeah, I got 5. I got 3 characters, and I got 2 of their light cones, like weapon thingies. I forgot what they were called. But I think the screenshot is still there. If you type Black Clover, you probably will find it. I actually might still have it, because I definitely took a picture of it. Well, let me see if I can find it. Let me take a peek. No, it doesn't look like I have it here. You did a 10 pull, you did get an SSR? Angel, I would honestly complain in you know, in customer support. Just call them up and be like, look, I didn't get a single SSI in 10 pull. I feel like I've been cheated. No, I don't think I have it on me, unfortunately. Yeah. It's definitely somewhere in Discord, because I do remember posting it. Unless I took it on my phone and just forgot about it. But anyway.
感電に気をつけろ。逃がすか。
やっと僕の番か。警戒を怠らないで。やっ
俺に任せろ。
That's usually what one does when making coffee, Angel, yes. Did you forget to mix your coffee grounds and instead you put some dirt in there or something? Like, what happened?
敵を撃退した。もう安全だ。
Expand? What do you mean tea was rust?
黒い結晶でそうね
Are you drinking your coffee out of a copper cup? Or something? Like, what do you mean rust?
ヒーロー登場。
俺に任せろ。
警戒を怠らないで。
Ah, rust. I see. I
と僕の番か。
thought you were drinking from a rusty cup, and I was like, golly,
感電に気
the
をつけろ。
man really popping off. No wonder he's been gooning so much. Probably all the rust getting to his cerebral cortex.
自業自得だ。
Let me just make sure that I. Oh yeah, I do remember
警
these.
戒を怠らないで。
These were like a staple in Eastern Europe as well. They were. I remember every single time I would visit my grandparents, my grandma would have like a sack of these just stored in a cupboard. And the way you would eat them, you would dip them in your tea or coffee, and you would just let them soak until they become really soft, and then you would bite them. It was essentially almost like eating a sweet bread that was moist, but in a good way.
感電
Well,
に気をつけ
they're
ろ。
like essentially a glorified cracker that was shaped in a loaf of bread. But they do taste good. I do remember them. I haven't had them in ages.
後片付け
But
は
you
俺が
just
やる。
reminded me, because I haven't thought of those in years, to be honest. And usually I would get the variety with raisins inside of them, or like pieces of dry currant or something, and those were pretty good as well. But they did have just like plain ones as well, which weren't as good. But
そうレンからメッセージが送られてきたわ警備署と協力して住民たちを避難させて
I remember actually when I was desperate enough, I got left for a couple afternoons by myself at home when I was a kid, and I didn't feel like cooking because you know why would I as a 10-year-old, and I got desperate enough where we didn't have anything like
邪魔をするな。
pre-cooked in the fridge, so I just went to the cupboard and I found like a bag of rust,
俺に任せろ。
and I was just eating them by themselves, not even dipping them in anything, just like breaking my teeth on them and basically just chewing them down like some sort of MIE
感電に
rations
気をつけろ。
during the zombie apocalypse. And I remember when my parents came back that week and just saw me with a bag of rusk just sitting in the corner, huddled away, like playing some video games. They're like, there was food in the fridge. Why didn't you eat any? I was like, I'm fine with my rusk. I don't need anything else.
やっと僕の番か。小熊さん。
Because I mean, they are pretty filling because they're essentially like bread. You know, it's like a bunch of
勝
carbs,
ちだった。
and there's also sugar in them. That's kind of, it's gonna keep you going.
俺に
But
任
it's
せろ。
not the part of healthy diet, shall we say? It's not part of balanced
警戒を
breakfast
怠らないで。
or dinner or lunch for that matter. or meal in general.
どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。大丈夫。
It does take quite a bit of effort to realize whether it's soft or not. I do agree, Angel, but the golden spot. You gotta find it because for everybody it's different. I had a friend who liked it almost soggy, like not quite soggy, but almost to the point where it was falling off in his mouth like a little sponge, which I thought was weird, but I was like, okay, fair enough. I personally liked it when it was chewy, but still had a bit of crunch to it, like not a lot, but a tiny bit. Because I didn't really like it super mushy. And to me, that was like a good 5 to 8 seconds. Like, that's a golden window. If you exceed that, it's gonna become too mushy. And if you go under it, it's probably still gonna be a bit too crunchy.
どうやらセキュリティの人はみんな感染したみたいね。つくづく恐ろしいわ、ジェネシス。 これよ。
That sounds like a perpetual cycle, like an Ouroboros of Rusk, Angel. Nah, I never let my Rusk get soggy to that point. As I said, to me, 5 to 8 seconds window is a golden spot.
ついてこい。俺に任せろ。自業自得だ。
3 seconds is a bit too low. I'm telling you, do 5 seconds and you'll see why.
どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
Like 8 seconds is teetering on the edge. It's only do it at your own risk, but 5 seconds is like the golden spot. 3 seconds is also some weak rusks, Angel. You gotta get your rusk like a construction building material. It's gotta be the kind of rusk where you bite it and your tooth's gonna chip if you actually eat it without dipping it into something. That's the kind of rusks I'm talking about.
警戒を怠らないで。
If you can bite it by itself, it's no real rusk.
やっと僕の番か。
俺に任せろ。よっと。ガン。やりゃ。
警戒を。やっ。
俺に。はあ。みんなは休憩していろ。後片付けは俺。
階層が崩れ始めてる。早く逃げて。危険すぎる。けどこうするしかない。ワープスポットを設置。よし、座標は屋上よ。急ぎましょう。いや、ありえない。 今日はどこに行けばいいのですか？
大丈夫。
俺に任せろ。
Well, if you're desperate for food and you can't get any rusk, I mean, you gotta go in the field and grow some wheat, grind it up, make it into flour, then mix it with some water, get a dough going, and make your own Angel. Unfortunately, that's just life for you.
ついてこい。感電に気をつけろ。
Oh, breadsticks. I mean, breadsticks could be hit or miss. You know what? You know what I used to get? there used to be those Italian cheese twists. And they're basically like these little breadsticks that were kind of like twisted with cheese parmesan flavoring on them. Or you can get some with like garlic butter flavoring. And I'm telling you, those were goated. I used to eat them all the time. Yeah, Kagura, I'm probably gonna stream for a while. I mean, as I said before, I took a day off tomorrow, preempting that this stream is gonna last a while. So, I'm probably gonna be here for the long haul. I don't know how long, but until I'm start passing out, I'll stick around. Likewise, Liz. Likewise. Well, the thing is, I have like a weird number of holidays on my job. Like, I get, I think it's 22 days or something. And usually I take Christmas off, and in England we have like bank holidays, which is basically like 3 days in between 2 weeks of Christmas and New Year. So that lands at like 7. And then usually I take like either April or like May bank holiday. Bank holiday, basically we get a day off. Like banks close down on those days, and we get a few days here and there. There's Easter ones, there's May, like beginning and the end of May. There's one in August, and the Christmas ones. So I usually take the Christmas off, which is like 7 days. And then I take one of those bank holidays once, like 4 days. So it leaves me with 11. And I always have like one day where I just randomly take it. And this time I was like, you know what? Might as well take this Friday off, play some video games, just chill. And also I didn't feel like going to work tomorrow, so I was like, kind of gives me a convenient excuse, if you will. I mean, you never know, Angel. I might stream longer. It's like, as I said, I'm not in a rush anywhere, and as long as my brain is capable of enduring. I do like marketing and sales mostly, basically just managing the company that I work for, like their website, and I also do like manage their like photo shoots. I do like product organizing. I go to like meetings on designing products, like basically telling people what to buy, what not to buy, and stuff like that. It's boring, but you know, it's a job, and you gotta do what you gotta do in this world. Yeah, unfortunately. I wish I could say that I'm, you know, like a secret agent that working undercover for CIA and secret organization of every single country in the world, and I'm like a double agent for everyone, infiltrating governments, like going into my own backyard, but unfortunately it's not the case. Yeah, as I said, I mean, I have like a college degree in IT as well, but working in IT, I tried working in IT when I just graduated from college, and it was one of the most boring things I could imagine, just staring at a code all day, and I was like, you know what, I can't be bothered doing this. So I just went into sales and marketing, because at least I get plenty of time and actual work where I can just do whatever. And usually I just, you know, just chill after the work is done. Gives me plenty of time to think about important things like which character I like more, what manhwa I'm gonna read, what I'm gonna eat for dinner, you know? The hard-hitting questions, if you will. Yeah, well, sales and marketing is like, it's simple to get into because all you need to do is just be good at like public speaking and be persuasive enough to obviously sell and know like the market that you're working for and advertise it correctly and all that. It's boring to an extent unless you go into the industry that you're interested in. Like, I'm working in clothing industry. I'm doing like advertising for clothing brands, but I can't be bothered. I'm not interested in fashion whatsoever. But if I was doing it for like games or something, I would be like, okay, that's kind of cool. But unfortunately, that's not the case, you know. It is what it is. You should sleepwalk while eating, Akra. Just do 2 at once. Like, grab a sandwich and just fall asleep standing up. That way you'll satiate both things. You're gonna be just on autopilot mode, eating and sleeping at the same time, which is a dream. Oh, come on, I did punch him. Whatever. There's 3 times gameplay? Wow. You telling me I can go even faster? Kakarot, look, I'm giving you a reasonable solution to your problem. I don't know why you're not happy with it. Or did you expect me to tell you to go eat and then go to bed? That's silly. Like, who would do that? That's a quitter's way of dealing with such situation. Jeez, my brain stopped working for a second. You gotta be creative, Kakarot. When facing with a peril that you want to overcome, you always gotta think outside the box. Otherwise, how are you gonna gain enlightenment? Be creative is the best advice. You know what? In fact, you have 2 hands. So, in one hand, you're reading a manhwa. In another one, you're eating a sandwich. And at the same time, you're sleeping. So 3 things in one, Kakarot, if anything. And you know what? If you want to be even more productive, you can do squats while at it. So you're eating, you exercising your lower body, you're getting your glutes nice and firm. And you enlighten your brain at the same time. So you're working out your brain, your butt, and your mouth at the same time. And you're also getting rest. So it's like a perpetual cycle of you replenishing your energy and spending it. A truly remarkable experience, if anything. What do you mean I skip human anatomy? I'm literally telling you the best way possible to get your gains, both for your stomach, for your butt, and for your mouth at the same time. And you telling me that's not the case? Unbelievable.
まさか入った遮断警察まで感染してるなんて。
ジェネシスの侵食を
Exactly. See, Liz gets it.
おそらく中にはまだ大量の
All
感
I'm
染
gonna say is I know what she's gonna be doing this evening. That's all you need to do. Basically, website design is the main like field I specialized in. But also digital marketing. I kind of dipped my feet into it. But yeah, I began like my quote-unquote career as website designer mostly. Like majoring in like C++ and C#. But I don't know. It was just really boring, honestly. It's like IT is fun until it's not, because you think that if you learn IT, you can do all these cool like things like program games, or you know, be like one of those hacker movies where you just hack into the mainframe like nobody's business. But in reality, just sitting in front of a screen, staring at a code, trying to figure out why it didn't work for the thousandth times. And honestly, it just wasn't the life I was willing to live.
よみがえれコグマザ変身、はあ、本当のヒーローはこれぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。
I mean, I had it a bit easier because my dad, he knows like programming, so I basically learned programming mostly from him, and then I just went to like college to pursue it further, and then kind of improved about myself from there.
風見のやつ、一体どこに行きやがったんだ。
I mean, Python is oof. I remember working with Python. Python is a whole bag of trouble in and of itself. Well, that's the thing. I learned programming like 10 years ago. As I said, I was learning it while I was in high school. So nowadays you can probably just ask ChatGPT to write a code for you and you're done. You can become a programmer in like 5 minutes. But back in the day you actually had to learn it. Just learn HTML, Angel. Just go pure basics, like open Word Notepad and just start writing code in there, you know? That's how we used to do it back in old school. In fact, use Ask Jeeves in order to learn it as well. Because, you know, you gotta go all the way. You can't half commit. It's all or nothing. Google is too advanced. Ask Jeeves knows it all. He holds all the secrets.
なんなのこの電波。3分もかかっちゃったじゃな。グレイ、そっちの状況。こっちだ。
Yeah, website design is like the easy entryway into IT because everybody needs a website to be designed for them, and it also pays pretty well, so that's usually what a lot of people pursue. But it's boring as hell, to be honest. Because I used to design like websites using WordPress, and whew, like the program itself is fine, but like it was so tedious. Oh yeah, nowadays you don't need to learn like a bunch of programming languages, because Python probably gonna cover, like, if you actually go into IT as a job, if you know Python, it's probably gonna cover almost any job you're gonna be aiming for, so there's no point going higher. Yeah, so that was the main reason for me learning C++, because when I was a kid, I always wanted to be like a game designer and like work with games and whatnot, so that's why I learned C++, because I was like, oh, every game uses C++, so I need to learn it. And I quickly realized that working on games and playing video games are not exactly the same thing. I had a hard reality check, if you will. Oh yeah, Unreal Engine, it's like the hardest one. C++, extreme, if you will. Well, the main reason why they're strictly C++ is because it's like the coding that goes into like ray tracing on those AAA games and like seamless loadings, you can't really achieve it with anything by C++, because it's like very intricate strings of code that tie each other together. That's done in a very specific manner that I don't think any other language can replicate, unfortunately. And I think it also needs to be done manually. There's no like a string that you can format to pre-render for you, so it's very labor intensive. That's why you see majority of games have like budgets, like crazy budgets of multiple hundreds millions nowadays, because they're not easy to make, unfortunately. Very time consuming and money hungry.
どうしたんだよお前。こんな場合でも風紀のことばっかり。優等生が遮断エリアに行けば学校から評価されるとでも思う。
I never went into Blender personally because I never was like into the graphic design aspect of programming. That was never like my main focus, but it did seem kind of fun, to be honest. Because at least it involves a bit more creativity. Unlike writing code, because writing code is more systematic than anything. You can't really deviate too much. Oh yeah, absolutely, Angel. As I said, I was planning to get like into gaming industry when I was a kid, but then after doing a couple interviews, I quickly realized that everybody needs like years upon years, if not decades, of experience. Pretty much, Angel, pretty much. That's why whenever you see like a team of programmers for any major studio, they're all like middle-aged men. They're pushing retirement age almost. They all have like gray beards and soulless look in their eyes. Because it's a hard job. And it's probably not that fun either. I mean, it's always good to learn in early, Angel, because you want to keep your options ready, because you don't know what you're gonna do in a year, let alone like 2 or 3 years. So if you learn programming now, at least you have that option in the future being like, okay, I can pursue this if I want to. And if not, it's like at the bare minimum you have a skill that you can utilize later in life if need be. Well, digital marketing is mostly like obviously social media advertisement and pursuing retention rates, basically just learning about your target demographic, aiming for, you know, like marketing posts that actually cover the needs and wants of your consumers and stuff like that. It's really rudimentary, boring stuff. If you ask a question, I can give you advice, I guess. Yeah, that's the main reason why I never pursued an angel, because like programming is like, think of it as a systematic tasks, a set of tasks that you just keep repeating over and over again in a specific functional way that allows you to reach the end result. It's one of those things where you can't really deviate from the set path, otherwise you're not gonna achieve the desired results. And also, if something does go wrong, you kind of have to retrace your steps one by one and find out what you did wrong that way. Which is so boring. Let's see. Is there anything else? Is this still not working? Unfortunately not. Golly. You would think those would work. But now it has been like 2 hours. Oh well. Guess it is what it is. Still nothing. Oh well. Back to the re-rolling hole we go. Well, if you're lucky. Sometimes, so, like, with programming, a lot of the times, Angel, if you do encounter a bug, it's very difficult to get rid of it for one reason and one reason only. And that is, 9 times out of 10, there's a certain sequence of or string of code which causes said bug. So it's not like it doesn't pinpoint to a single line. It's usually scattered across the entire code, and you kind of need to have the technical knowledge of being able to find out the correlation between like different strings of code and figure out, okay, so this sequence prevents this sequence from working, which in turn blocks this sequence, which leads to this, and this sequence blocked that one, and then it traces back to this one. So this string is a main root of the problem, because it's not as easy to fix as you would think, but it's very tedious. Like, it's not an easy... Oh, I didn't mean to go back, but... Okay, I guess while we're here. One last time? No. Okay, well, whatever. But yeah, it's a good field to pursue if you're obviously looking for stability, because programming will always be required no matter where you go. It's one of those jobs where you essentially will be welcome with open arms in any industry, because everybody needs somebody to like either design a website for them, need to, you know, program their systems. There's variety of ways basically to apply programming too, because when you think about it, everything is made through programming nowadays. Just a very lucrative field to get into, and the level entry is not that high because not a lot of people do it nowadays, since they think it's too hard. When I personally don't think so, but that's just me. But yeah, I'll say if you're looking for stability, it's probably one of the better fields to pursue. That's for sure. Yeah, as I said, as long as you enjoy it, that's the main part. Because if you hate it, I just don't think it's worth it, to be honest, because you're going to be just miserable with it. But as long as you can enjoy the process, for me personally, since I have ADHD, it's very hard for me to just sit there and write code. That's why I pursued a little bit more of a, you know, situational type of job where I kind of move around and do different things because it keeps my brain occupied. But if I just had to sit on the desk all day and just write code, I'll probably go insane. But that's just me, you know. For majority of other people, it's probably alright. Actually, I probably should drink some water. I haven't drank in like 4 hours. Just give me a second. Gotta stay hydrated. I always keep forgetting. Like, me and water have a weird relationship where the only time I remember that I need it is when I'm probably halfway to dehydration itself. I'm gonna become like the episode of SpongeBob where he went to Sandy's house without a helmet and kept screaming, "I don't need water." While in reality he looked like he was burning the sun for 20,000 years. And then finally when he saw that vase of water just engulf it, start screaming, "I do need water." That's basically gonna be me in about 5 minutes if I don't drink them. Well, that's the thing. Something you realize with age, or at least I did, the more I grew, was the fact that money is not everything in this world, and it's much better to pursue something that you actually enjoy rather than just chasing after invisible goals. Because at the end of the day, if you're not happy, you know, is it really worth to earn like 6 figures or something when you can just earn a normal, like, you know, modest salary but have a much more enjoyable, much more engaging, and much more pleasing life than somebody that lives in a massive penthouse and drives like a fancy Ferrari or something. But every time he comes back home, there's nobody there to greet him, you know, his family ignores him, and he just sits down every evening and drinks whiskey in solitude, thinking where it all went wrong. It's like, it's just a circle of life, if you will. You make your choices, and as long as you're satisfied with them, that's all that matters. Oh, come on, Kagero, don't be like that. As long as he's not on Discord mode and doesn't start calling people kittens, I feel like he's alright. I know, Kagero, but I'm just saying. I mean, to be honest, like, I know it might not seem like it, but I'm introverted as well. And for me, personally, I have a social battery where basically, if I go over the cap of social interactions, I just feel exhausted. And I need like a full day to recover. That's why occasionally you like don't see me on the Discord for like a day, because if I had like a long day at work, I usually just come back home and I either like just stuck in like a month or something, or I just straight up pass out until the next day. because I just don't have any social energy to talk to anyone or about anything. And I much rather just get my brain refreshed and approach it with a clear mindset, if you will.
大丈夫。
俺に任せろ。しゃあ。勘弁に気をつけろ。
Well, that's the thing. Like, people that only come to know me get sometimes a false expression that I am an extrovert, because you know I'm very outgoing and I'm not shy at all. Like, I don't have any sort of shyness about me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm extroverted. I'm just, you know, I'm very good at hiding my introvertedness when need be. Because I enjoy spending time by myself as much as the next guy, if not more. I mean, that's pretty much life in England as well, Angel. You just described it to a T. It's either blokes chasing after quote-unquote birds, as they would refer to them. They, you know, wear like a gold chain and pretend like they hot stuff, or they pretty much spend all day, every day talking and living like they're part of a football club and pretending like they have a 20% investment rate within the shares of said golf club, and every time they lose, they essentially losing 1/3 of their house payment. Is the way some of those guys go about it. I mean, no shame in that. Sometimes you made a point so good that it's worth making it twice. I definitely relate. Well, that's the thing that's great about the internet, you know, guys. It's very hard to find like-minded people in real life, because, you know, based on where you live, your circumstances, you might not feel comfortable going out and meeting new people. And internet just allows you to basically make friends with people that share the interests that you do and share the ideals that you do and stuff like that. That's a good thing. I never understood people who think that like meeting people of the internet is less than meeting people in real life. Because you're still just two people communicating one way or another. It's not like anything changes just because you can see each other's mugs in real life. So it's definitely a boomer take to say that, like, you know, you gotta go out there and meet people. When in reality, you don't really. Not especially in 2025, I mean. The majority of people don't even leave their rooms half the time to go out. Let alone actually go and socialize. Yeah, exactly, because, like, you can do a real life, pretty much filtering of the people that you want to keep around you. If there's somebody that you think is, oh, I don't think they're worth my time, you can cut them off really easily on the intake, because there's no real downside to meeting new people. If you meet somebody you like, you establish friendship with them. If you meet somebody you don't like, you just block them and never talk to them again. It's that simple. Well, in real life, if you know, you don't like somebody, you can't really just block them in real life. You know, there's no block feature, unfortunately. I mean, there is, it's called an assault, just by walloping on them, but it could lead to consequences, shall we say.
任せろ。はあ。
警戒を怠らないで。
I mean, I do understand it from perspective of like older people, because to them meeting friends online is probably an alien thing, since they never done it themselves. They probably think that everybody online has a hidden agenda of making acquaintances with you, which some people do, but like majority of the time it just you meet people that are kind of chill and cool and you want to connect with them. There's nothing wrong with that.
やっと僕の番か。
That is definitely true, Liz, because the thing that's so great about, like, as I say, meeting people online is that you can establish a bond that you might not be comfortable with establishing in real life, because it's much easier to share about yourself with a stranger than it is with somebody close, usually, because there's not that mental barrier that you have in your mind that if you share something personal about your life with somebody who's close to you, they're gonna start thinking of you differently and, you know, maybe treat you differently. But if you just share with a random individual who doesn't know you or like is not involved in your actual day-to-day life, you might feel just better and be like, okay, I talked about this, I let it off my chest, I don't feel pressured about it anymore, and I can just get on with my life. Same, Kakaro, same. You would think this guy learned his lesson by the time I already mutilated him brutally at least 7 times, yet he's still coming back for more. Yeah, Kakaro, we just, as I said, we keep re-rolling here. We keep going at the same thing over and over again. You know the saying that there's one step away between a genius and a madman, and we're teetering on said line very finely right now. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, as I said, the gameplay is just a distraction in the background. It's not actual focal point of this stream. The focal point is just us having a conversation. This is basically treated like having a TV in a background, you know? It's not important. It's just there to keep your eyes occupied. It's not actually there to do anything else. Exactly, Kakaro, exactly. Well, you see, the problem is the codes in this game are broken right now, so I can't reroll. So what I'm doing is I'm pre-making the accounts when the codes actually start working, so I can re-roll. And then we'll just do a big re-rolling at the end, when it actually does get fixed. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to me, as I said, whenever I do reroll, these like gameplay loops, I don't even acknowledge them. I usually get distracted by something else mentally. Yeah, pretty much, Angel. That's how we roll. That's how we roll. But yeah, I agree as well, Liz. Because being yourself is not easy, and sometimes we unintentionally put up walls in front of us, whether it's visible or invisible, in order to make ourselves more comfortable about who we are. And letting down your guard and letting down the set walls is not simple. And sometimes you need that trust that you might not have with people in your real life, that you can probably build with random strangers quite easily. Because as I said, there's no expectations, there's no fear of the being judged. Because even if you do, there's no real repercussion of said judgment reflecting upon you. So it's much easier in that way. Oh yeah, this game is very generous with its pulls. I mean, name a single game which gives you 70 pulls off the rip. Now, granted, half of those pulls are not available right now because the codes don't work, but that's besides the point.
Renda, 安全防務署に勤めているが、今はあなたと共に行動する仲間だ。
I think her name is, let me check. Ling Lu. And this guy is a healer as well if you get him. Which I heard he's pretty good as well.
力があるからこそ、自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
So the Greg tried it, but he said he doesn't really like he doesn't really vibe with the style. So I don't really know if he's gonna actually play it. It might just be me and Angel, you know, grinding at it. I think he might be too preoccupied with Honkai Star Rail, to be honest, because that man is addicted to that game. I think the game is fun, to be honest. Like, it's already doing it more for me than Honkai did. In terms of like the style and the gameplay, I like it a little bit more. Well, if you want Kakara, you can join me in Crystal of Atlan, because that game is pretty fun, and that's an MMO. But other than that, there's no other games, unfortunately, that's coming out recently. Those are the only two. And then Greg got addicted to Crystal of Atlan as well. The man already starts spending. I looked away for like a day, and the man already bought himself a battle pass and the Welkin equivalent. The man is relentless. Oh, is it not available? I didn't know that. So you can play... Oh. You can probably download actually like... Fair enough, Angel, fair enough. But I thought you can probably get an emulator, Kakura, if you download like LD Play or something. I think you could probably play it from there. Or just use like a VPN, download VPN for your phone. There's plenty of them online, just from Play Store. And you can probably just bypass the region lock that way. Because that's how I used to like download games that weren't available in UK as well. Because the game is really fun, and honestly, I do enjoy it. Like, Crystal of Atlan has been an absolute blast. And I'm honestly quite surprised, because originally I thought it was going to be one of those throwaway games. I didn't have a lot of expectation going into it. But we've been playing it like on a few streams, and I've played it a tiny bit offline as well. And honestly, that game was super fun. Like that's a game that I'm most invested in right now because the combat is so unbelievably fun. They're like all the little downgrades it has, like the layout is a little bit gacha-ish, if that makes sense. It's very mobile oriented, but the gameplay is so good, and the story is so good as well. The story is like so gripping. For a mobile game, it was like, whew. It was top notch. We haven't even gotten through all of it yet. We still have like, I think, a couple of chapters to get through at some point. I think we're gonna do it over the weekends. Because I forced Greg to do team PvP with me over the weekend, so that's what we're gonna be up to on stream. We're gonna be grinding the PvP ladder and see how far we can go. Because Greg is gonna carry me since he's a whale now officially. So he's obligated to carry me through pretty much everything without complaining. As I am a good free-to-play boy and I deserve to be carried because of that. As we all know.
敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。
Yeah, I do agree, Liz. It was a pleasant, unexpected surprise, if anything. Because I haven't played, like, the beta test or anything for that game, and it surprised me. I mean, if Greg got addicted to it, it says a lot, because it takes a lot for that man to get addicted to the game. In Crystal of Atlan, you mean, Kairo? There's no characters for pull there. You pull only for, like, cosmetics. There's like titles, outfits, and pets. So those are the only like pullable things. Everything else you just grind. I mean, the beautiful thing about that game is that all the servers are always open. So you can start at any point on any server, so it's not really a hassle. Oh, that's pretty good, Angel. I didn't know that. I guess we're gonna be eating good then for 7 days. Oh yeah, it was actually 15 gigs because I didn't realize that on my phone it was only showing 5, but that was because I didn't pre-download everything. It is 15 gigs actually. But to be honest, 15 gigs for how big their game is actually pretty low. Because I would think it would be higher, because it's like a full MMO. And usually those are really heavy, so 15 gigs is relatively light. I mean, asking Liz to delete her secret Handsome Man Collection Simulator is like asking a thirsty man not to drink. It's just impossible.
ヒーローはこれぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。
To be honest, playing gacha games on your phone might be one of the saddest things you can possibly do with your time. Just play on PC, you know, at least then you can feel good about yourself. Well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to play at all like Gagra. I'm just saying, you know. When you think about it, mobile games nowadays are associated with brain rot, unfortunately. That's just how it be. I'm not the one to talk considering I'm playing them, but you know, it's just the fact of life, if you will. That's understandable, Angel. I mean, I only log into games nowadays to do the same, to be honest. Just to check like new banners and maybe do a couple pulls here and there if I feel like it. Maybe a few events if I'm lucky, but other than that, I don't just log in daily anymore. I used to. I used to, like, back during winter, I used to log in into Genshin, Honkai, Wuthering Waves, and Xenoblade Zone Zero day in, day out, do all the dailies, and log out. But nowadays, I don't have the brain power, the patience, or the will to really do that.
なんなのこの電波、3分もかかっちゃったじゃない。ああ、もう。こっちだ。
Understandable, Kakura. Understandable.
まずい、ロックされてる。車両はもう切り離さ。
幸いホームに止まってくれたな。最悪の事態。
I remember the good old days when I used to use my shitty laptop as well. I remember trying to run like LD player on it, like the phone simulator, and I swear to God that thing was one step away from exploding every time I would boot it up. Good times, good times.
ヒーロー登場。
ついてこい。逃がすか。
Okay, no worries, Angel, no worries. I mean, hopefully I'll be awake by then, because, I don't really know when I'm going to bed today. No. I was just gonna watch the live stream because, Angel said that there's gonna be Dainsleif there. And I was like, well, might as well. I do like Dainsleif. I might stream Genshin at some point in the future, but no right now. Right now, I'm too preoccupied with Crystal of Atlan. I'm grinding the game until I reach, you know, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, shall we say. I mean, to be honest, Liz, I think all those arguments are dumb because at the end of the day, it's just a game. You know, it's not anything serious. It's made to be played for fun. If you take games that seriously, at that point, like, I feel like there's a much more deep-seated issue that you have to work on than argue which game character is better than another one, or which game company is better than another one. Because all things, in grand scheme of universe, don't really matter that much. It's not that deep.
な場合でも武器のことばっかり。優等生が遮断エリアに行けば学校から評価されるとでも思う。
I never use Twitter either. It's a cesspit that I'd much rather not engage with.
コグマザ変身。プレゼントがいっぱい用意してありますよ。
Some people are just not ready for enlightenment, Angel. It's just how life be. You gotta accept that enlightenment can only be forced upon. It can only be shared, guided to, but never enforced.
少し休憩しよう。まだやるべきことがたくさんある。
Oh yeah, that's fine, Liz. That's usually
どうなってん
like
だ。
if I ever checked it out, that was the case for me as well. I just realized that the platform is not really for me, you know. That was kind of it. Plus, the majority of news I get nowadays is from YouTube anyway, about like games and all that stuff.
Lin って呼んでくれ。
I mean, that's just social media for you in general, Kakarot. It's like, it all depends where you're looking, I guess, but
即戦即決。
nowadays no way is safe, if you will.
ついてこい。自業自得だ。
You land on the wrong side of the internet once and you'll forever regret it.
コグマザ変身。開けますよ。中身はなんでしょう。
Very nice, Angel, very nice. You gotta find those crystals no matter the cost.
部活だった。
ほら。 キラキラ。
炎はすべての罪を燃やし尽くす。
Well, I purposefully have like a specific account for YouTube where I watch only the stuff that I watch. And that way my YouTube feed is actually alright. But usually the algorithm that works in little YouTube HQ Goblin headquarters is very strange. Because sometimes it just recommends things out of nowhere that I have no interest in whatsoever. Like, I get always shoved, like, news and whatnot, videos, and I'm like, I never watch news on YouTube to begin with. I don't care. Yet they still recommend it to me all the time. I was like,
私の
well,
せいに触れるなよ。
just gonna ignore it. Alright, let's see. Will this time work? Still nothing. Such is life. Oh, hold up. It started working. Angel Code Red. Angel Code Red. The bloody codes are working. Let's go. We gotta redeem them all. These little kids don't know what's gonna hit them. They think the code's not working. Angel, it's our time to shine. We are locked in. We are summoning now. Angel, hold up. I'm cooking with gas over here. Hold up, let me redeem them all. Look, I gotta do what I gotta do. I don't know how long these gonna work. It might be 5 seconds for all I know. I've been trying to make them work for the past hours. Oh, come on. Did they stop working? No. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, I think those are just like creator codes. Listen, Angel, I'm a man of grit, a man of perseverance, a man of integrity, and iron-like will. I believe that these will be in my mail as soon as I redeem them. Well, ain't you guys gonna feel silly when they actually are gonna be in there? Oh, did it stop working again? Well, maybe if I click long enough. Oh, they know that. Oh. Why is life so hard? Well, you can win them all, you know? Sometimes life is just gonna be trying to bring you down. And this is one of those times. Well, it was working. I don't know. I mean, it said redeemed. How am I supposed to know? Whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. Okay, what did you get, Angel? Anything exciting? I do remember that, Liz. You joined the proud ranks of milk enthusiasts that day. As I believe we were talking about the finest of milks and then building our own milk empire from memories. And you know what? It has only been downhill from there. Not really, but you know. For the sake of exaggeration, let's say it is. Gomia. Very nice, Angel. Well, actually, I don't know who that is, but I assume she's good. Well, that's the thing. We have been really fortunate to... Like, we never had people really who Angel, I think you might want to retract your last statement for your own sake. Just so you know. Angel, I think you need to. I think you need to read what you wrote after. It's not very nice. Just so you understand what you said. But I do understand what you're trying to say. No, I do understand. I was just gonna point it out for your own sake, just to make sure that you understand as well. I wasn't gonna say anything at first, but I felt like, you know, it was my moral duty to do so, just to make sure that you're okay. But I do understand that the little pink girl, right? I got her before as well, yeah. I mean, I heard she's actually pretty good, to be honest. So, it's not that bad of a pull. I don't think the world is ready for Angel to have an offspring quite yet. At least for the next decade or so. It needs to prepare. I think what Upai and Aunt is not the age, but the right attitude. And Liz definitely has it. Those are two very interesting requirements, Angel. So you're basically saying she needs to play either gacha games or needs to be friends with your parents who don't like anything to do with online activity, by the sounds of it. I don't think you can achieve both of those goals, Angel. You kind of have to choose one battle and die on that hill like a brave warrior that you are. Wait, Angel, did you spend 600 bucks on Farina? Is that what Kakaro is saying? Because if there is a case, phew, that's a very interesting decision you made there.
したみたいね。
邪魔をするな。俺に任せろ。
I remember that, Angel. I do remember reading that, and I thought that was the craziest thing ever. I think actually Charlie, like, the most critical, covered it, and I think there was a video that I watched. That was insane, honestly. I was like, I'm so glad I don't play Genshin anymore, if that's the kind of thing that's going on. Hi there, Lone Wolf. Glad to see you. The character that I would personally recommend rerolling for is either Henrich or Massiah. There's also another one, which I think is Lily. So I can actually probably show you. Just give me a sec. So this is kind of like the tier list that I was going off. So the characters that I think I was getting definitely would be Massiah. It would be this Henrich right here. It would be this Lily. So those are like the main three. I would recommend going for either light or dark because they're harder to get. You will get all the like blue, red, and green ones later because they're much easier to get since from standard they essentially are almost guaranteed. And you also get 40 pulls guarantee. So those three should be, I think, your main priority. I would personally recommend going for these three. And then if you get one of them, you're pretty much set. And then build the team around them. Rosa is really good. She's like on the same level as Massiah. So if you get her, definitely worth skipping. Freya's good. Who else? Tsukiyomi is good. Hellkid is decent, and Rahu is pretty good. The rest is kind of like Doki Doki is decent, and Seni is decent. But those three should be your main priority. If you get one of them, your account is pretty much set, and then just build around them. You'll get plenty of pulls for like these regular ones, so don't worry about it. Just get one light or dark, and then just carry on from there. Absolutely no worries, glad I could help. Buzz said, if you can get one of them, like, don't stress out too much. Those are obviously like the best options to go for. But if you get like a good roster of SSRs while you're at it, if you get like 2 or 3 that I'd say high tier, probably just keep them and just enjoy the game, to be honest, because rerolling is very cumbersome, so only do it if you actually have the time and the patience for it. Which unfortunately I do, so that's what we do now. Oh, Angel with his romance. Angel, I'm surprised that you still haven't done your own romance anime with how much you're into it. I think you should start writing a light novel and see if you can get Katakawa to sponsor you or something.
警戒を起こっやっと僕の番か
In your head, I see. Well, if you do that on pen and paper, I think that's gonna be a little bit better. Because, you know, at least then you can reread it. You're talking about Jujutsu Kaisen? Unless there's a different Gojo that I'm thinking. The only Gojo I know is from Jujutsu Kaisen.
階層が崩れ始めてる。早く逃げて。
I actually never watched My Dress Up Darling. I heard that it was interesting, but
こうするしかない。ワープスポット
romance stuff is just not for me, really.
座標は屋上よ。急ぎましょう。
That's fair, low move. It's as I said, rerolling is a cumbersome task which requires a lot of patience.
いや、ありえない。こんなレベルの検出反応。データベースの記録値を超えてる。冒険の始まりです。
To be honest, the last anime I watched was like the Blue Lock, and that was back in during Christmas season. I haven't watched a single other anime since then. Because to be honest, there hasn't been anything interesting. I haven't even watched the solo leveling one, because I was like, I already read it, so I'm not particularly hyped. Even though the fight against like Boreas, I think his name was, like the king of ice elves, might have gone hard. I was like, I just can't be bothered, to be honest. I can't dedicate a solid 4 hours just to watch it.
やっと僕の番かこれで
俺に任せろ
進め進めや。
大丈夫どこへ逃げるつもりもう観念しなさい
勘弁に気をつけろさらよ俺に任せろ逃がすか
やっと僕の番か飛ぶ技変身
Apothecary Diaries, that sounds familiar.
私の番ですね。
I don't think I watched that one.
うかつだった
I definitely had the name, but I can't quite recall where from, to be
警
honest.
戒を怠らないで
勘弁に気をつけろ
Let me Google it quickly, because... Ah, yeah, I know that one, yeah. No, it's not really for me. I know about it though. As I said, when it comes to anime for me personally, I need excitement. I need a battle. I need a struggle. I need a tournament arc, if you will. Something to keep me going. Basically, I need every anime to be bulky. Is what I need. If my character doesn't look like a cartoonish version of Hulk, imported into Japan and cartoonized to the point where, you know, there's muscles on top of their muscles, then what's the point? Like, have you ever watched a scene with Yujiro where Baki asked him to make him a coffee? I swear to God, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. It's basically Baki, who's like the son of the strongest man in the world. He has a conversation with his dad, right? And he asks him, "Dad, could you make me a coffee, please? You know, that would be very nice of you if you did that." And Yujiro just straight up dead ass looks at him, straight in the eyes, stands up, and basically says, "Making you a coffee? You want Yujiro Hama, the strongest man in the world, to make you a coffee? Of course I can do that for you." And then he just picks up a table, looks him in the eyes and says, "All you would need to do is make Yujiro Hanma make you said coffee. Pin him to the ground. Grab him by his neck, stick him to the wall, and while looking him in the eyes, make him make his coffee while he ripping the table slowly, piece by piece." And while he talking all that, he just rips the table completely open, and basically the last thing he said, "Make him submit to your will until he can't refuse you anymore." And I was like, you know what? I never asked somebody to make me a coffee, but now that you put it this way, usually I just might. You know, because it seems like I thought the entire process was basically just asking, you know, and saying please at the end, and then they say yes or no. But if it involves violence to make somebody make me a coffee, I mean, I might as well partake. Baki is one of the most goated animes of all time. I swear to God. It's one of those shows that it's like so nonsensical, they loops all the way around to being an absolute masterpiece. It's like, if you ever watch The Room, it's like The Room of anime world, but even better. Like, Tommy Wiseau couldn't comprehend how much of a genius Baki's author is. It's an absolute treat that I think everyone and anyone should experience. Because that's an experience of a lifetime that, if you never had the privilege and the honor of seeing it, I strongly recommend it. It's not weird. Kakarot, you telling me that the fact that... Okay, this is real. You telling me that the fact that the entire universe navigation system inside Baki's universe stops working when both Baki, Hanma, and Yujiro Hanma start running at the same time. It basically, as soon as those two men exceed the speed of 10 kilometers an hour, the entire navigational system in the world stops working. Because they are such unbelievable units of manliness that the navigation system cannot handle their prowess if they both start moving slightly faster than average. And I wish I was making this up, but that's real. And honestly, this is just one of the simple examples of why Baki is good. Oh, it's so much better, Liz. One Punch Man wishes it was even 1/10 as great as Baki. Like, Saitama is great and all, but like Baki, like, I'm just telling you, you gotta see it to believe it. It's like on JoJo level of being awesome. But even, like, if you ever watched JoJo and you thought JoJo was weird, just watch Baki. I can't explain it, but it's even worse. In the best way possible. To be honest, I watched One Punch Man like years and years ago. I thought it was done, to be honest. I didn't even know it stopped going. Because it was one of those shows where I thought it was good, but the premise kind of died early for me personally, because the entire point of that show was that Saitama is so unbelievably strong that he finds everything super boring. but like he basically still one-shots everyone, so there's no real challenge or rhyme or reason. Like Garo was kind of cool. I thought his story was awesome, but the actual Saitama story just kind of became dull after a while because he wasn't really challenged. I was fully expecting him to, you know, like get his ass beat by someone and then go through like training arc or something to become even bolder, to harness the power of the shiny skull, but unfortunately it didn't happen. I'm just that good, Kakarot. I ambush them with the power of anime and God on my side. And they just die in fear. Son of a gun, somebody called Massiah. Jesus Christ. I'm jealous. Some people.
おそらく中にはまだ大量の感染者がいるはず。気を抜くな。
Okay, let's go again. Oh, I thought punched him, but I guess not. Oh, wait, hold up. I had these already. Hi there, Chang. Glad to see you. Hopefully doing great. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Alright, that's good. To be honest, majority of anime just kind of became like a white noise to me. Because they all just blend in nowadays. There's not much excitement going on. Well, to be honest, these tutorial battles, they not a challenge at all, Kagero. They're designed to be one-shotted. Which is a good thing, to be honest, because it saves time. Acheron? Yeah. I guess this guy got the blade. This lucky son of a gun. Unbelievable. Some people.
風見のやつ、一体どこに行きやがったんだ。
I was thinking about Acheron from Honkai. Because that's the only other Acheron I know personally. Listen, Gagoro, I might be old, but even I know how to click on chat, alright? This man keeps forgetting that we're both 24 as well. The audacity. Just because he's a couple months younger than me, unbelievable. The goal, the chutzpah. Well, that's the thing. You don't need to tell me that, Angel. You need to tell it to Kagura because he's clearly in denial. The man still thinks he's 12. Which, you know, may or may not be the case. Oh, come on. Kakarot just living in perpetual denial. The man thought he remained a cool 18-year-old for the past 6 years. And just lives in perpetual cycle of waking up in the morning and be like, okay, whew, I'm still 18. Okay, good. Looks in the mirror, looking exactly the same as he did 6 years ago. It's like some weird messed up Groundhog Day. Only Kakarot can see it, nobody else. Meanwhile, the man has a beard as long as the life itself. Yes, it is, Angel. Well, it's coming up as much as 1 month is. But yeah, I'm gonna be, unfortunately, an old man in a month. 25. Oof. That's rough. That's 5 years from retirement. Because, you know, 30 is pretty much when your life just comes to a screeching halt. When you have your midlife crisis, you spend all your money on buying Porsche and investing all of it into, I don't know, a bubblegum factory in the middle of Indonesia, which gets burned down by the local bubblegum anti-terror group, and then you lose all your assets in flame. You move to Morocco and start growing chili trees under the cover of darkness, never to be seen again. Which may or may not be in my cards, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Life is a mystery that way. You never know what's gonna happen.
邪魔をするな。
おい、どうしたんだよお前。こんな場合でも風紀のことばっかり。優等生が遮断エリアに行けば学校から評価されるとでも思ってた。
It's alright, Kakarot. We're all getting old. It's just part of life cycle. We all just gotta wait for, you know, the fountain of youth being discovered in the middle of Hispaniola. Liz is probably gonna lead the investigation in a few years. And then we all remain like a youthful old people that we are. And it's gonna be glorious. Until then, we just gotta embrace the life for what it is. Angel, you're only gonna remain young for so long. Give it a few years and you're gonna feel the old joints creeping up on you. Your back slowly being hunched. Your facial hair growing to the floor itself. It's gonna happen. You can't avoid it, unfortunately. You can only expect it, but you can never anticipate it. I mean, the back pain is part of it, Kakarot. It's not even the introduction, if you will. It's merely a taster. It's the moosh boosh of Old World. There's still plenty to go around. Well, to be honest, neither do I nowadays. I used to have pretty bad back pain because of all the like judo I used to do. And lifting people as twice as heavy as my own weight is no ideal, as you can imagine. But actually, as of late, I'm proud to say my back has been feeling pretty good. Oh, I don't have migraines or headaches, so those are not for me. I push the pain out of my head. You know, there's way too much going on for me to have a headache there. Angel is just how it be. You might be useful on the outside, but on the inside you're an 80-year-old man. And you just can't help it. Some people are born that way. I only ever had like migraine maybe like a couple of times in my entire life. And every single time I had it, it was awful. So I definitely sympathize with people who have like chronic migraines. Because that must be a hellish experience. Like, I can't imagine just living perpetually with a headache. Because I would just lose my goddamn gourd with that. I would be constantly angry. I wouldn't be able to do anything. Because I know a lady that used to be our science teacher. And she used to have like chronic migraines all the time. And you could see her, like, during the lunch break, just being hunched over her table, like, holding her head, bracing for impact, if you will. And I always felt super bad for her because she was really nice. So, whenever she would get, like, during the class or anything, some of my, like, classmates would take over the class and just started, like, basically doing, like, a reading session or whatever. But I think she retired because she just couldn't keep up. It was like constantly nagging her, and we all felt super bad for her. It's one of those things where you can't obviously help it because, you know, it's just, what can you do even? You can't just constantly take meds. It's not going to be healthy, and also sometimes the meds just don't work. It's just how it is. So yeah, I definitely have a sympathetic view for people like that. I don't even know what causes it, to be honest, because I assume it's just like your brain waves not working the way they should be. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, wait, hold up. Angel, the codes are working. Jesus Christ, finally. Okay. We are cooking. With gosh dang gas. Finally, my time has come to unleash my rerolling prowess. We're going back to all those accounts that we couldn't reroll before, and we're rerolling all of them. Every single one of them. Listen, guys, it's finally time. Your patience shall be rewarded. We are going in. No matter the cost, we are getting Massiah. I'm telling you. Exactly, Angel, exactly. That's the kind of attitude I expected. Tsukuyomi is good, Freya is good, and I think who was Marvel again? Oh yeah, Marvel is a 4-star, right. Yeah, Marvel was good as well. I'd say yeah, it's a decent start. Those two are definitely good. I would personally recommend to reroll, if you're doing rerolling, for a light or dark attribute character, because those are really hard to get, and they usually will prove to be a bit more useful in the long run. But if you don't feel like it, don't worry about it. Those two are definitely fine. You do need a DPS though, because I think both of them are like supports. But I'd say try to play a little bit more and see what you can get. And if you're satisfied with the characters that you'll get, probably stick around. At the end of the day, it's just a game, you know? Don't need to stress out too much about it. Leave people like me to do that. Well, that's just how it be, Angel. Sometimes you're a little bit of an eager beaver. It's a skill in of itself not to click too fast, but just fast enough. Well, Massiah is a really good character, to be honest. I'd say it might be worthwhile just rolling on the account more and just see how far you can get. Because, as I said, getting like light and dark attribute characters is really hard. So, getting one of them is probably better than two regular ones. But I'd suggest probably just try the characters that you got and see if you like them. And if you do, just stick around with that. Because obviously there's no point playing with characters that you don't enjoy. It's much better to just give them a shot and see how much fun you have with them. Because to me, I just want Massiah because I think he's cool. That's basically my entire reason. I don't really care how powerful he is. Like, obviously, if he's strong, that's good, but I'm not going to cry about it if he's not. And I think I need the achievements. There we go. Okay. So I think this should be enough. So let's get rolling. Actually, I thought I thought I had more. Ah, right, this one. I forgot to take that. Because I saw it was 38 there. I had last time. Okay, so let's get going. We're rolling on a permanent banner. I think we should have enough to reach pity. Let me just double check. Yeah, so I need 69 pulls. Yeah, we have enough. Yes, we do. Okay, let's get going. Okay, that's a purple. No ideal. Another purple. I quite like this guy's design. I heard he's not that great for actual gameplay, but design-wise, pretty nice. Another purple. This account doesn't look particularly great so far. Ooh, a gold. Okay. Let's see, who do we get? Who is that? Tsukiyomi. I mean, she's fine. She's alright, but it's not who we hoping for. Yeah, she's okay, but bad luck. I see. Is that all I am to you, Angel, huh? Just a bad luck wood? Fine. Okay, another purple. I mean, we're gonna pull on like 6 accounts, because I still have the previous ones that I didn't pull on. So, this might be a long one. Okay, so another purple. So this account is a dud. That's okay. Did you get Massiah? Or are you just projecting? Because if you're projecting, then good luck. I was re-rolling for a hot second, Kakura. I'm locked in, okay? Just give me a second, let me re-log in. See, Angel, you can never be too confident. As I said, humbleness is a virtue of a patient man. And you went patient. And that's what you get. You're always going to be humble, collected, and calm. And that way, only good things shall come to you. All right. Well, I wouldn't say deserve, but you know. I wouldn't go that far. All right. So our next adventure. I wish there was like a button to redeem all these codes, because every single time I'm gonna get a carpet tunnel just typing all these in. It's gonna be a challenge in of itself. The task at hand is to not fail at redeeming any of them. That's a little game we're gonna play. By the time of this, I'm gonna be the best code typer this world has ever seen. Yeah, the copies in this game, I mean, I don't even know why they bothered making copies. Because to be honest, if they don't do anything, what's the point? Exactly. Kakarot has a point. If you're ready to play, you gotta be ready to lose. That's how it goes. True list. You can't get stuff for free in this world, you gotta work for it, unfortunately. But a man can dream. A man can dream. Good luck, Angel. Because to be honest, I'm probably gonna take it casually. I'm just sweating for rerolling, and then I'm gonna just take my Massiah and run like the wind. Or Henrich, or whoever I'll get, really. At this point, I'll just take whoever. Obviously, Massiah is a goal, but we'll take what we can get. There's no place to be too picky for us, unfortunately. Is the ban only 9 days? That seems kinda short. Usually those last about 2 weeks at least. But I do know they have like quite a roster of characters still to be released, so that's probably why they might be rushing them slightly to get up to speed. Okay. Alright, I didn't collect all of these achievement thingies. Oh yeah, Angel, if you don't mind, just drop them here for people. There's quite a lot of them. There's like 25 of them, and honestly, Wolf, I would prepare your wrist for a minor injury if you're gonna type them all, because it's an exercise in of itself. Alright, so I need to collect. Hold up, not that. Where was it? that's all we need. Did I miss one? Ah, right, here. Keep forgetting one in okay. So let's run it back. Okay, a purple.
私が来た理由は気にしなくていい。あなたの指示に従い、あなたを守る。
I mean, my Nightbot is Liz essentially. She has a moderated perk, so you know. She's just a live version of it. Okay, and on the purple. Come on, give me gold! Let's go! Massiah, come on. Come on, I believe. I believe. I believe in greatness. I believe in unity. I believe in grit. I believe in perseverance. And most importantly, I believe in myself. Oh no! God! No! Go away! No! I'm just appalled. I'm disappointed in myself. What do you mean you're welcome, Angel? Whatever. I'm just a broken man, what can I say? Life is rough. We're out here struggling. Greg, I'll never admit you were right. In fact, you're wrong now as well. I blame you for everything. And also, why are you still awake? I thought you were asleep already. No, I mean, so just to explain to you, basically, this requires triple the amount of currency, and I don't have enough. So, and you can target, like, the targeted ones are basically only for red, blue, and green. So you can target light or dark. And I can't do a temple on this because I don't have enough money. So the only way for me to realistically reroll is through this banner. I mean, we have been getting 5 stars. It's not like we have been getting absolutely shafted. Like, for example, on this account, we got... this little child. Who I'm not particularly thrilled about, but you know. Well, yeah, it's like Honkai style essentially. It's like if you run out of energy, not much you can do. But the code started working, so if you want to stick around for me re-rolling, because I'm gonna still re-roll on like 5 accounts, then you can stick around, Greg. Okay. Yeah, but you gotta realize that Honkai is much older. When Honkai just released, you could only do Simulated Universe and nothing else, really. One of those things, you know? The man enabled his spokesperson for Honkai Star Rail MMO. He's gonna mansplain it all. Look, Greg, just because you donated a small fortune worth, a car worth of resources to Hoyoverse in Honkai Star Rail doesn't mean you need to defend it vigorously. It's okay. It's a good game. I'm not saying otherwise. Look, I was the one that brought you to Wealth Appreciation Club. What do you mean? If anything, I'm your ally. I was always by your side when you were at your lowest. Unbelievable, this man. You see, you can never please this man. Back to the re-rolling I go then, I guess. I'm gonna memorize these codes by heart soon enough. Wouldn't even need to type them all. I can just recall them. Greg is gonna grade your account, Angel. It's not the kind of inspection you want to see. The man is ruthless. Gonna nitpick absolutely everything. Still halfway to go. Ooh. I didn't even know the Honkai has a PvP. That's the first time I heard that. I mean, to be fair, it's like 3 AM for Greg. The man is out for blood. That's just how it be. Oh, minigames, I see. So it's not actual PvP, because I was like, have I not played it long enough that there's PvP now? Although, I do remember you saying that they were planning to add PvP of some kind. At some point later. Which, to be honest, if they do, that might be the reason for me to come back. Just to flex my genuine a little bit, you know? Okay, I think that was all of them. What was the daily thingy? Wait, hold up. Did I miss it? Ah, there we go. I don't know why I didn't see it. And then we go to achievements. There we go. This. Let's go to some. Ah, right. Hold up. Shop. Alright, it's gacha time. Yet again, we're back. Let's see what we get. Purple. No ideal. And again. Another purple. Okay. Okay, another purple. Greg, I'll get him. I'll get him, don't you worry. I'm a man of grit, perseverance, and luck. And just like this, he comes. And you're gonna feel silly when I get him right now. Prepare your apology, Greg, because he's coming. Right here, right now. I want a handwritten apology letter from you. God damn it. Okay, save the apology letter for later. But it is coming. Just like Massiah. I thought it was another SSR for a second. That looked like an SSR split, I was gonna say. That looks kind of hard for an SSR. Yeah, Greg, but you know I can't write or read. That's just how it be. That's life for you. Okay, we're going again. It's a purple. It's not what you like to see. Come on, gold. No, okay. Fine. Okay, let's run it back again. Go. Oh, this is an account where I got these two. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. The Massiah will come. On this one, because that's going to be kind of hype. Alright, did I collect all the achievements? Alright, I haven't redeemed the codes. I was wondering why did I have so little pulls. Back to the redemption hellhole I go. I gave Liz an account with Jiyan, so she does have an account in Wuba. And she also did like the quest for me and Greg before. Sky's coming, I'm coming back. If Sky's coming back, I'm coming. Okay? You have that as a promise. Because Sky is the only man that I care about in that game. I need him back. He's the only reason that I have for me to play that game. And since he's not there, then what's the point? Now, Kagura is the question. Is Ska gonna be playable? Because if he is, I'm selling my house and I'm donating it all to him. That's just how it be. Greg, you and your zipper extravaganza need to stop. It's not about the zipper, it's about the man behind the zipper, who is great. Well, SSI is 1% chance. Yeah, but you can't pull on it. That's the thing. You need those, like, orange discs, and I don't have any. So, such is life. The man is trying to mid-max his re-rolling. Just to reiterate for you, Greg, Angel just wants you to basically make a macro for him so he doesn't need to click anything. So you can re-roll hands-free, if you will. Oh, Kakari, you... Unbelievable, come on. You should know where you came from. Remember your roots. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like I said, I would have pulled for Massiah's banner, but I don't have enough. That's a problem. If I had enough, I would have pulled by now. To be honest, we haven't got a single light or dark character yet, so it's a bit of a bummer, but gotta do what you gotta do. Well, it's not about the hotness of the character, Kagura. It's not, well, it's not always. But, like, Sky just has a charm, the charisma, the chutzpah that you need to look for in a character. And I feel like if you were a true connoisseur of appreciation, also, I just realized something that I haven't realized before. There's this thing. And I think one pull on their banner equals to 300 Hydro Crystals. So I think technically I can scavenge one 10 pull. Now the question is, would it be worth it? Because technically it's just a 10 pull, so I'm not guaranteed. But it will be, if I do get SSR, it will be Massiah. There's nobody else. Let's see what we'll get from the permanent first. Because we have 40 pulls. Let's try that. And then we'll see how that goes. And if luck blesses us, we might not even need to pull anymore. So, let's try. It's a purple. Okay, the first temple. Not that great. But let's run it back. Come on, give me an orange. Not yet. That's alright. That's alright. We'll run it back. Another purple. You hate to see it. Come on, gold. Gold? No. Golly.
ライナだ。
私はドロシーです。
Well, all this has though. Now, the question is, do I try my luck at this one? And you know what? Let's do that. I think that's the right way to go. Listen, Greg, ain't you gonna feel silly when I'm gonna pull him right now? Now, once and for all, I'm gonna be proud Massiah main. Just like I always meant to be. Right here, right now. No. Oh. It hurts.
どうしたの？
It hurts. But what can you do? What can you do? What can a man do? Listen, Greg, you son of a gun. I'm gonna get Massiah, and you're gonna be jealous. Okay? That's how it's gonna be. And you're gonna feel silly when I get him. And you're gonna feel like a big Sillington when I'll get him. You're gonna sit there on your chair and you're gonna feel so silly. You're gonna feel so unbelievably silly. And you're gonna go to sleep tonight thinking, wow, what a Sillington I was. I know, Kakra, but I can't cave in. I'm too committed. I chose my path and I shall follow it. This time, we're gonna get him for sure. I can feel it in my bones. Sometimes, what makes a man is his commitment to his craft, Kakarot, and I'm such a man. It's too easy to stray from the path that you've chosen. It's all about how you maintain the pace, dedication. And what is a man but no dedicated being that strives towards perfection on a daily basis? Such is life. You may see before you just a man, you think. But there's so much more behind the veil of uncertainty. And while you may think that, well, he clearly lost his gourd on this one, hasn't he? You may be correct. But yet, what is sanity? Huh? A mere line drawn by constraints of society itself. A constraint that defines who you are, yet know yourself. How fascinating, isn't it? We all by a mere shell of ourselves. That is awaiting a moment to unleash its eternal glory upon the universe itself. Awaiting for at the right time, the right place, in the right moment. And right now, the said moment shall commence. While we embark on this journey, one step at a time, we shall take a giant leap that may lead to uncertain consequences. Yet, I think we are ready. I think we're here to achieve a goal, and the said goal is clear. And that is to get Massiah. And we're gonna do it. No matter the cost, the consequences, or the prerequisite that we shall follow in order to achieve said goal. The commitment that I have within me is as boundless as a starry sky. We shall achieve greatness, even if it costs us everything in the process. Such is the fate of a man on a mission, and I am said man on a said mission. Now, we are ready yet again to go back to where it all began. The universe known as Rerolling. So let's begin. I have 69 pity. Very nice. Okay, purple. That's not what we're looking for. Let's run it back. That's another purple. Clearly not what we're here for. And that's a gold. And just like this, the Massiah is coming to our hands. We are ready to accept him in our warm embrace, full of glory. And right after this, the Massiah is coming. Hi Dad, hopefully you're doing great. And just like this, Greg will be proven wrong yet again. Because Massiah... God! No! Life is hell! Life is hell. Life is suffering. We all just born to suffer. Oh. What is a man? You shut your mouth, you ungrateful swine. That's how you treat me after everything I've done for you. Oh. Well, you know what they say. I know, Angel, that hurts even more. But you know what? I'm committed. I'm too deep in it to win it. Let's go again. We are gonna get him no matter the cost. Even if it costs me everything, I will get him. And just like that. Wait, hold up. No yet. I forgot. Hold your horses. It's not ready yet. Now it is. And just like this, the Massiah shall be ours! Come on! No. Oh, God, no. Oh. Life is suffering. We're all on the spinning ball of giant fiery death, awaiting our ultimate demise. And so demise shall come sooner or later. and he shall claim the unfaithful souls of those non-believers. I will get Massiah. Even if I have to kill a man. Well, maybe not that far, but you know. The point stands. I think I need to offer a sacrifice. You know? Some sort of offering to the elder gods in order to bless my pulse and grant me the luck of eternity. And I think, you know, we don't have a goat at hand, but I think a good duck will suffice. It's a little bit smaller than a goat, but I think the gods shall be pleased with our offering. What is a man? But a reflection of his own ambition. A said ambition may lead him to disastrous places, which may or may not start making him question things. Like, why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night he can feel his leg being fine, yet his brain slowly deteriorating. Over and over again. The insanity slowly creeping in, and the realization the Massiah might not be Messiahing for him. He slowly set it in. And then he started pondering. Shall I stop? Yet, said questions quickly dismissed by him in a refusal manner of I shall never give up. I shall always persevere. Yet, where such perseverance shall lead him? To the promised land? Of the naked abs of steel? Or the deepest pits of hell? Where the quacking noises of despair await him? As his soul searches for the answer within him, the silence follows. The dreary night envelops him in its warm embrace. Only the eerie tone of dreary darkness envelops the space between. Nothing can be heard but the cry of the broken man. And yet, such cry shall not be unforeseen. It shall only be reminiscent as a preeminence of great luck shall envelop this universe yet again. What is a man? Ah, golly. Yeah, I do. Okay, where was I? Right. Absolutely no worries, Angel. Have a good time, and if I'm still here, hopefully catch you later, but if I pass out with tears in my eyes in a fetal position, crying myself to sleep, I hope you'll understand. Okay. Right, we haven't collected this yet. Listen, Greg, you cub your tongue, because now It's time for greatness to be realized. It's time for ambition to be visualized. It's time for perseverance to be perceived and realized once for all. Okay. Now, it is time. So let's do this.
Koko.
No worries, Angel. Have a good time and I'll catch you later. Another purple. You hate to see it. Mm. 39 pulls. I need one more. There are no collect one. Okay, you know, well, that's fine. That actually,
力があるからこそ
oh, thermite,
自
okay,
らの意志で
that's fine. Alright, let's keep going. Massiah, listen, man to man, hard-chested man to another, big sword-loving man to another, shirt-hate-wearing man, one man to another. I'm gonna be real with you. I need you, so please come home. What is a man? But the realization of his ambition. I think this is the last one I have saved up. I'm gonna get him, Greg, even if I have to sacrifice my sanity for it. This is a price I'm willing to pay. Sometimes sacrifice is required in order to fulfill your ambition. In order to fulfill said ambition, my sacrifice shall be everything. It may be true, Greg, but as once a wise man said, there's a fine line between a genius and a madman. and you never know when you will cross it. But what is a man? Greg, I'm gonna level with you. I need Massiah. I'm down bad here. I'm down in Slamus right now. Down at the bottom of the abyss. And to be honest, I don't see a way out. So let me call you a deal. If I get Massiah, you can have him for 2 days out of 7. And I'll have him for the remaining 5. What do you say? Joint ownership. Do we have a deal? Greg, you are as much right as I was wrong. And that's all I shall say. Unbelievable, this man. No integrity. Fine. I'm a bigger man. I know when one's pride shall be curbed slightly in order to achieve the greater objective at hand. I'll tell you what. I get Massiah first and then I'll apologize. How about that? Wait, is it still there? Listen, that cloud represents my despair. And it shall be there to represent it. Alright, Greg, I'm sorry for being right. You went wrong. Now you're legally obliged to give me Massiah, because you know what happens. We're gonna go to the court if I don't get him this pull. And you know what the awkward thing is? You are my lawyer, so we're essentially gonna sue myself. And that's just gonna get messy. I haven't bent my knees. I merely squatted down to be on an eye level with Greg. And just how it be. Sometimes a man, a true man, knows when to take a step back and reflect upon his choices. Greg, I call you a deal. I get Massiah and I'll apologize. That's how it works. There's no such thing as payment in advance. You and your promises. Fine. I'll trust you this one time. But if you betray me, the consequence shall be dire. Alright, let's go. I got approval of the luck demon himself. And just like that, the Massiah is coming! God!
びっくりさせる。リリスよ。こちらは友達のバルーンさん。
What is a man?
してね。
What is a man?
私はドロシーです。
What is a man? Huh? Greg, tell me, what is a man? What is a man truly? One may never know.
今日は新しい。
Go on my chance to achieve greatness. And say chance shall be redeemed in full. I shall achieve the said greatness. Because with this, I'm betting everything on the line. I'm putting my pride, my ego, my money, and most importantly, my honor on the line. And I shall achieve greatness. Hi there, Adla, as well. Glad to see you. Massiah, please! No! What is a man? Truly, what is a man? Tell you what. We'll do one final reroll. Since Greg did promise me it was going to be either this or next one. So if anything, it Greg's ass on the line now. Because if I don't get him on the next one, there will be hell to pay. Ooh. But what is a man? A broken man at this point. I got no hope. I got no pride. The only thing I got left is hope. But knowing myself, fighting us. And with the power of friendship, we shall overcome all the despairs that lay before us. If fairy tale taught me anything, is that no matter how large your magic is, no matter how powerful your spells may be, no matter how large your sword is, all that can be overcome by having a ragtag team of friends band together and unleash the power of friendship unlike any. And I believe that we can achieve that together. And as such, we shall go on. Greg, you are my lawyer,
这场席卷全球的动
and
乱
I will sue you,
是经不住
okay?
斗志
I'll make you represent myself and yourself at the same time. It is what it is. I mean, jokes aside, to be fair, we only did like, what, 8 rerolls? We haven't done that many. So I'm not actually that upset about it. It's fine. We'll reroll tomorrow if need be. But for the sake of the bit, Greg, your ass is on the line. And if I don't get this, you better bet I'm gonna take it for all you're worth. I need some water. I need to cleanse the sins of this mortal coil. I've been doing this for 6 hours. I just realized that we've been streaming for 6.5 hours. Wow. That's something, ain't it?
感電に気をつけろ。自業自得だ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か
I mean, I might have to go through therapy. I might have to go on self-realization journey, unlike any, in order to rediscover myself. And that will come out of Greg's paycheck that I'm not paying him anyway.
感電に気をつけろ。せい。
His lawyer fee will be waived
みんな
for
は
my
休憩
mental
していろ。
recovery.
後片付けは俺がやっておく
気を。つけて遮断による黒
戦闘準備だ。俺に任せろ。はあ。
警戒を怠らないで。どこへ逃げるつもり？もう観念しなさい。
やっと僕の番か
Look at this man, being proud of skimming off the top. Stealing from the poor and giving to himself. What kind of Robin Hood are you?
感電に気をつけろ。しゃあ。俺に任せろ。自業自得だ。
We're gonna band together in order to steal Greg's luck one of these
警
days.
戒を怠らないで。
The man has been raining terror on the streets for way too long.
任務完了。
Needs to be stopped.
次のターゲットに向かいましょう。
見てビルの上空に隙間を作ったのはあの装置なの
By the way, before I forget, since I mean I did mention it before, but since I'm off work tomorrow, there's probably gonna be an earlier stream than usual. As soon as I mentally recover from this, which may be about 5 o'clock in the evening,
ヒーロー
maybe even 6, depending on how much trauma I would need to
感電に気
recover.
をつけろ。
And I'm not 100% sure if we're gonna do Crystal of Atlan or keep rerolling in this game, because I might need a break from this game if I can get him. But then on the other hand, I kind of do want to get an account going.
どこへ逃げるつもり？
So I'll decide tomorrow and see how it
やっと僕
goes.
の番か
感電に気をつけろ。やりゃ。
But until then, I just wanted to let you know that. So you're mentally prepared for what may be part 2 of this. If my sanity allows it.
よっと。俺に任せろ。自業自得だ。 活だった。
やっと僕の番か。はあ、本当のヒーローはこれぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。
どうやらセキュリティの人はみんな感染したみたいね。
邪魔をするな。感電に気をつけろ。ついてこい。俺に任せろ。逃がすか。
警戒を怠らないで。やっと僕の番か。これで
感電に気せい。
警戒を怠らないで。
Um,
どこへ逃げるつもり？
if you included every single pull we did, I probably did close to 700 pulls at this point. I think we did about 10 rerolls. So yeah, we did a lot.
自業自得だ。
やっと僕の番か。
To be honest, it all kind of became a blur after a certain period of time. I kind of blanked it out completely, but
本当のヒーローはこれぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。
階層が崩れ始めてる。早く逃げて。
as I said, we may be back for the gold later, or unless I don't feel like put you through this torture again, guys, I might re-roll by myself, huddle in a dark corner tomorrow morning, you know, enjoying this despair by myself. We haven't lost yet. We still have one last chance and last opportunity. And the question is, are you gonna take it, or are you gonna quit? And that's exactly what we're gonna discover.
俺に任せろ。しゃあ。感電に気をつけろ。
I mean, you can win them all sometimes, Kakarot. You're bound to lose some, and you're bound to win some. It's just how it goes. And if we're destined to lose this, so be
やっ
it.
と僕の番。こぐま座変身。進め進め。それ。
俺に任せろ。
I know, Kakarot, but sometimes, you know, gambling gets too tough.
警戒を怠
And
ら
when
ない。
gamble gets tough, you gotta stand up upright and realize that
どこへ
you
逃げ
gotta
るつも
regroup mentally and come back another time with more money.
り。やっと僕の番か。
That's how it usually goes, and that's how it will always go.
感電に気をつけろ。
Plus, who said that this is gonna be my last reroll? Because depending on how I feel after this, we might do more.
逃がすか。
As some of you know, gamblers never quit. And winners never lose. And I am a winner. At something. Than other. Every single time I watch this cutscene, it never gets old. I definitely don't forget every single time I do this what even happened. It's kind of like a mental barrier just started appearing in my brain where I completely blanked out all the story. No, Greg shall be here. He is responsible for this, so he shall take full blunt of the results. Yeah, Liz, but for you, it's still only an evening. For me, it's almost 3 a.m. But as I said, I may be passing out both mentally and physically right now, but doesn't mean it's gonna stop me. For Kakarot, it's already morning. The man is already like 7 a.m. or something. All right. Let's get going.
仮想ホームへ急ぐわよ。でも駅内の感染者にも注意して。
戦闘準備だ。
即戦即決。
ついてこい。自業自得だ。
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。少し休憩しよう。まだやるべきことがたくさんある。力があるからこそ自らの意志で確かな選択をできる。
No worries, Liz. As I said, I might pass out myself. Either from exhaustion or from rage. One of the two. Oh, come on. Don't do that. There we go. Oh, come on. I definitely pressed that. Oh, well, whatever.
自業自得だ。
よみがえれ。敵がまだいるかもしれない。警戒を怠るな。
It's no loss, Kakarot. It's a mere setback towards a goal. Because we will achieve it. The question is only when and how.
行きましょう。ここを通り抜ければホームはすぐ下よ。風見さんが消えた場所。ヒーロー登場。
炎は全ての罪を燃やし尽くす。こぐま座変身。
開けますよ。中身はなんでしょう。
手強いやつだ。これで戦利品の時間です。どんなお宝があるん
It
でしょう。
doesn't really help that the night before I went to bed at like 4 a.m. while preparing for this stream. Like setting up everything and whatnot. And I am getting quite loopy, like jokes aside. So I might call it after this roll, but we'll see how it goes. The adrenaline might kick in, I might get second gear going.
まずいな。おそらく中にはまだ大量の感染者がいるはず。気を抜くな。
今日はどこに行けば ばいいのですか？
ついてこい。逃がすか。
コグマザ変身。本当のヒーローはこれぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。ヒーロー登場。
I am slightly tempted to go manual just to make my brain awake, but then I realized that would be kind of silly on me.
少し休憩しよう。まだやるべきことがたくさんある。
You know when you have thoughts of going manual, that's how you know you definitely know in the right place while re-rolling. What if I do something at least mildly stimulating in order to, you know, feel like I'm participating? Those kind of thoughts you don't want to have.
一体どこに行きやがったんだ。
It has been on order all this time. A story? Well, I don't know. My stories are usually very unprompted. It has to be in a moment. You can't just pull out a great story out of nowhere. Well, I guess I have this one for you. Okay, fine. So when I was about 8 years old, I used to visit my grandparents in the village. And every single summer, I would go on these little bicycle trips around the village just to, you know, peruse around. And on the way back, for whatever reason, I decided it would be a great idea to just ride in a circle, like and see how tight of a circle I can make with a bicycle. And I would keep driving, not super fast, relatively slow, but like slow and slower and more compressed and compressed to the point where basically I was almost like touching both wheels at the same time. That's how compressed it was. And one thing led to another, and I fell down with the bicycle crushing on top of me, scraping my knee so badly that I still have scar to this day, like a small one, no a large one, like a little cut. And it hurt so badly that my grandparents had to call my godfather, who was a doctor from the other side of the village, while he was visiting his parents, and bring him like a bunch of medication in order to like, first of all, obviously clean up the wound and all that. And I couldn't sleep that night. It was hurting that badly. And that taught me a valuable lesson: to not be a show-off. Because no matter how great your skill you think are, there's always one moment of carelessness that could lead to unimaginable consequences. They could lead to tears, scars, and most importantly, memories that will haunt you for a lifetime. I was a very brave but dumb kid, unfortunately. I used to climb a lot of places, drive to a lot of places. Luckily, one way or another, I actually never managed to injure myself super badly. I don't know how that's possible, but I only got like minor like bruises and scars. I never had anything super severe, luckily.
これぐらいの勝利で喜ばないんだ。
So that's a good thing, I guess. In other words, don't be like me, basically. For your own sake more than anything.
邪魔をするな。
Because being me is hard even for me.
おい、どうしたんだよお前。こんな場合でも風紀のことばっかり。優等生が遮断エリアに行けば学校から評価されるとでも思ってたのか。
コグマザ変身。
プレゼントがいっぱい用意してありますよ。動くも下がれ。
Yeah, Kagura, I wonder how they manage to pull that off every day.
これで
One of life's great mysteries. No, unfortunately, all the luck went to my corporeal form rather than my digital world form. That's unfortunate, but you gotta take what you can get.
燃えろ。少し休憩しよう。まだやるべきことがたくさんある。
こいつ。
Okay, we're almost there. Just a moment more before we achieve the ultimate peak.
ごきげんよう。
仲間を傷つけたいならまずこの剣に聞け。
ついてこい。逃がすか。
コグマザ変身。
プレゼントがいっぱい用意してありますよ。
燃えろ。
ほら、怖くないよ。
せい。
よみがえれ。
よっと。自業自得だ。
手強いやつだ。燃えろ。僕の炎は消えないぞ。いや
俺に構うな。持ちこたえてくれ。
少し休憩しよう。
Alright, so
まだやるべきことがたくさんある。
we are ready. Well, not yet. We still gotta get our codes going, if you will. I mean, to be honest, kids usually are like one of the most adventurous creatures out there because they don't have the concept of self-preservation. So essentially they will do whatever. If you give them the reins, they will take it and run like the wind. I mean, they does seem quite impressive, Liz. Liz, I'm pretty sure you didn't even know what calculated means at that point. Not to question your intelligence at 2 years old, but I would be surprised if you can string 2 words together at that point. And yeah, you telling me you were doing complex geometry, like figure out the angle which you need to climb and all that? Come on. I mean, I believe you, but still. I guess it was your killer instinct talking for you. You had a mission in your mind and you were just going for it. And I respect that. This may be our last pulls. Depending on how this goes, whether good or bad, we shall make a decision. Only moments separate us from either achieving the glory or sinking even deeper into the pits of despair. There's only one way to find out. Which one will it be? Okay, I think we're as ready as one can be. So let's commence. We shall see where these encounters shall lead us. Whew. Okay. And on the purple. Okay, gold. Okay, please. Please. Massiah, please. All I need is Massiah. Come on. I believe. I believe. I believe. I mean, Rosa is great. I like Rosa, but it's not what I want. Oh. I mean, she's really good. She's one of the best DPSs in this game, but like, it's not what I want. It's not what I want. We still have a chance. We still have a chance. We're not done yet. There's still a slight chance. I haven't lost my voice, but I have lost my will to exist. Just kidding, just kidding. Okay. So this may be the last frontier for today that we shall embark upon. Will the Almighty Massiah bless us with his presence? Is a question. One pool, one man, one mission. Can we get Massiah? Is a question of the hour. Let's see. Unfortunately, it's a no. However, there's still just one last chance. One last chance. One last pool. And unfortunately, it's a no. This is a man. This is a face of a man that went through high hell and low waters, shall we say. Yet, unfortunately, we couldn't achieve our objective today. And I feel like just carrying it on for the sake of proving a point at this point is probably not for the better. Considering there's a reset only happening in 1 hour, I feel like we should regroup tomorrow with a clear head, clear mind, and clear determination. It wasn't going to waste, Kakra, and it's also 7 hours, unfortunately. I know. But we have achieved something here, and that is we had fun. At least for a little bit. And I'll tell you what, we are not done, because there's going to be one of the two things happening. I either will reroll by myself until I get Massiah, or I will stream it again tomorrow and embark upon a journey. It will all depend how much mental recovery do I need to do in order to recover from this experience, shall we say. And until then, I hope you guys have a good evening, night, or for some of you even morning. We shall not quit, but we shall come for part 2 of Lux's rerolling adventures. And may the luck bless us. Until then, stay safe, have a good rest, and I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll send a message in Discord as soon as I wake up, and I'll let you know when we go in at it again. But it will most likely be either in afternoon or early evening. I will probably stream it because I feel like it's more fun that way. I don't feel like doing it by myself because there's nothing more sad than a man sitting with tears in his eyes and hope being shattered right in front of you without the world to see it. At the bare minimum, I can share my despair with all of you, and I've said it, even though slightly. However, take Greg for full accountability. The man lied to us. He promised us a great experience, and all we got was a bag of deceit. Yet, it's okay. We'll regroup tomorrow, as I said. But until then, take care. And I'll catch you all later. Thank you for joining me today. I hope you have fun. It's not tears. It's a single tear of manliness running down my cheek right now. It is invisible, but it is that's what really matters. Anyway, guys, as I said, I'll see you all tomorrow, and by tomorrow I mean today, but later. Anyway, catch you all later. Have a good one, and bye bye.